Okay, well, welcome to the special meeting of the Larkspur City Council for Wednesday, January 15th, 2025. It's 5:33 p.m. And I would like to have a roll call, please.
Councilmember Paulson.
Here.
Vice Mayor Andre.
Here.
Mayor White.
Here.
And we have Councilmember Campbell, who is on Zoom with us tonight. And assuming that Zoom meeting attendance for medical reasons. So I'll need a vote from the council.
I need to migrate my microphone. We need a vote from the council to approve Councilmember Candell remote participation for medical reasons.
Move that.
All right, second, fine. And I'll have a vote for that. Allison?
Paulson.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Andre.
Yes.
Mayor White.
Yes. Item number 2, we are going to move down to the main table here to do business item 1, which are interviews for Larkspur's representative to the Marin County Commission on Aging. We have a vacancy and we have 4 applicants. So we'll begin those interviews now. And I'd like to welcome Councilmember Candell, who is on Zoom and able to participate in these interviews also.
Thank you.
I'm gonna come down very.
These are pretty casual, but they're also a public process. So you have to speak into the microphone so that people in the community can hear your answers. So I'd like to, can you hear us okay with this microphone?
I can hear you
Good.
fine. Yes,
Okay, thanks. First of all, thank you very much. We have had an opening now on the Commission of Aging, and it's wonderful to see that we have 4 community members who have solicited information and filled out an application and are applying. So thank you. And just to be completely transparent, 3 of the 4 are friends of mine. So I really appreciate you being here. And Barry, I count you as a friend, as well as Grace and Anne, and I'm looking forward to meeting Lindsay. So how we do these interviews is we kind of have a list of questions, but we also just want to get to know you, and we kind of do a round table of tell us about yourself. So let's begin by you tell us a little bit about yourself and why particularly you're interested in this role.
Well, I'm excited about the potential of being a member on the County Commission on Aging. I'd like to tell a little story about myself. My wife died from dementia in 2012. And some years before that, when she was deep in dementia, but I was a full-time caregiver and did not know about services available. I went to the library to return a book, and when I came back, a police car, a fire truck, and an ambulance were outside my house. They wouldn't let me in because they didn't know who I was. My wife didn't know who I was. We worked it all out. About 1.5 years, 2 years later, I learned about various community services and joined the Alzheimer's Association and became a member of a caregiver group there. But my wife died in 2012, and a couple of years later, I thought the fire department could have given me information about services and it would have helped me a lot at the time. And I called Bob Sinnott, whom some of you know.
Fire chief.
He used to be the building inspector here when I moved here in 1988. He was the building inspector, and I lived down on the boardwalk here. And I called Bob, who's now the assistant fire chief in San Rafael, and outlined my idea. He put me in contact with Chris Gray, who used to be the chief in San Rafael. And he suggested I get together with the 4 battalion commanders. It's a big name. And meet with them and outline the idea of the first responders giving information to people. So I met with these guys, and they said, no, that won't work. The people are so stressed, they'll just throw it straight in the trash. You've got to actively engage them. And we met quite a few times and came up with the idea of a form which the caregiver or the person let me back up, the most frequent call, it turns out, to the fire department is a person who has fallen down and cannot get up. And some people call way over a dozen times a year.
Yeah.
Some of them like 50.
That was my mother. Not here, but that was her. Yeah.
So they were very keen on getting a handle on this problem. So we worked out a form, and I contacted some agencies to sign up to be the receiver of the form so that they would call, make an appointment, come out and try and solve the underlying problem of these calls. So we initiated the program. All the first responders went through a training on it. I invited the 3 agencies I worked out to join, to come. They met all the fire department first responders, and we launched the program. And sure enough, the form, they fill out the form in duplicate. One went to the agency and one went on file in the fire department. And I was monitoring the fire department files to see how the program was coming along. Went along great. A couple of years, it was way up. Then it started to drop off. And I thought, oh, they've lost interest. So I called a friend of mine, the captain there, and I said, what's going on? He said, oh, the program is so successful. We've cut these frequent callers by over 70%, 70. The program was eventually taken over by the county and is now a part of Health and Human Services in the county. And I hear informally that they've been touting it nationally as we should all do this. Along the way, I became a board member of Senior Access, which was a group in Terra Linda that provided daycare and trips for older people. And I've also represented the Alzheimer's Association at the annual Senior Fair, which is a
It's
wonderful
September.
event. I have a blog called 70 and Older, which has several hundred blogs on it, which are about my experience being an older person and areas relevant to older people. I've written a couple of books. One is on company culture, because the 20 or 30 years I was a management consultant, I worked with corporations and leadership teams, helping them be more effective, communicate better, be more open, building trust and relationships. And then after I retired, which I did in 2005, I pulled together some notes from classes I used to teach down at UC Irvine to people like yourselves, city councils, board members, commissioners, and it's called Conflict Meetings and Difficult People. It's about how to run public
You gave that
meetings
to me when
better.
I was first elected, I remember.
Yeah,
I
and
shared it with everybody, but this council hasn't added, so.
I left a bunch up
Oh,
back
did
on
you?
the table. So that's my background. I think
Great.
I'm pretty good at building teamwork, cooperation, and finding opportunities to move and act, start doing something. I think ideas are a dime a dozen, but getting something done, that takes some skills.
Thank you for that introduction. I'm going to go to Gabe Paulson next to ask a question, but before, I should have done this in the introduction. Were you able to see what the expectations are of this commission for attendance
For
and
coming
participation?
to the meetings?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
We've been asked to make sure, because we really need to have a representative who has the capacity and the time to commit, because this commission on the countywide is really ramping up to try to be a very effective commission, and they need representation from our cities that are actually going to be active participants. So
Yeah.
want to make sure everybody got that.
Well, I led a caregiver support group for the Alzheimer's every month for 12 years, and I volunteered at a school, Venetia Valley School, 2 mornings a week for 12 years. So I'm pretty used to committing time to.
Would you like to ask anything?
Sure. I mean, I first want to echo.
Is this working for you? Okay.
So, yeah, I want to echo Mayor Way's, gratitude. I have been investing in the aging, issue, and I have attended a lot of the meetings. And when Councilmember Carroll was here, we went. I mean, I feel it really needs to be elevated. So I'm just thrilled. I mean, we have 4 outstanding candidates tonight, and
Yeah.
you certainly sound very qualified. My question is very simple. I am, in the broad spectrum and constellations of issues, I'm really interested in the lower income, the people who
Yeah.
in our community are struggling to make rent, could be homeless, maybe mentally ill. I mean, there's a for such a rich county, to me,
Yeah.
that's the part that I love to focus on. And my napkin math is that there are 200 to 500 people like that in Larkspur. And I'm wondering your thoughts on how to move, make some progress in that issue.
Well, I don't know specifically about the Larkspur people, but I've been an active contributor for quite a while to the Canal Alliance
Mhm.
and the Marin, San Francisco Marin Food Bank. And at the school where I've taught, all the children are Latino, and many of them are illegal immigrants, and of course, poverty and all the issues that go along with that. I've become quite used to that in that community, but I don't know about Larkspur in specific, but I look forward to learning how I can be more useful to the city and representing to the county, and also from the county to the city. So I can say I'm aware of all these issues, but not specifically to Larkspur.
Okay, thank you.
We have about 4 more minutes.
Uh-huh.
So Stephanie, do you have a question?
Yes, so Barry, thank you again for volunteering. You sound very qualified and sounds like you have great experience.
We all are.
As we have great candidates this time
yeah.
around, which is great. You speak a lot about engaging the public in your comments here. In terms of, your interest in serving on this commission. Can you just describe or talk about, what are some ways that you plan on engaging the Larkspur community?
Well, I think opportunities walk in the door all the time and we don't see them. They're just staring us in the face. And I'm pretty good at finding opportunities or at least seeing opportunities to do that. Your comment, Scott, about several hundred people here just in Larkspur. I think that after poking around, I could probably come up with ways to actively get out and engage that group. Of course, until you start walking down the path, you can't know just what those ways are. But I'm rather open and I rather enjoy processes where I know generally where I want to go, but how I'm going to get there, I don't know. It's going to be whatever happens. And so if that's a good enough answer,
Absolutely.
yeah.
You're open to the opportunities.
Oh,
That's great.
that's what I enjoy. That's
I'm just going to pitch this way. We have actually only time for one more question. We have 3 more candidates before our 6:30 meeting starts. So Sarah.
Thank you, Barry, and I apologize for coming in late, but thank you for submitting your qualifications and sharing some of your experience with us. You definitely seem to have a lot of qualification for the position, and given your architectural background, you mentioned that you like finding opportunities and turning them into executable achievements, making something of them. And I was curious about your program that you implemented, but you gave us great detail on the program you implemented with the fire department, and the great success of that program. Can you mention any other types of achievements that you could give me an example of that are similar in nature that have to do with aging population?
Now that is a very interesting question. I wasn't ready for that one. Well, perhaps the work I did with Senior Access in Terra Linda. I was on the board there, and there were lots of smaller, not as big as this one. This was a pretty big program. It engaged the whole fire department. But with them, smaller opportunities there to find places where their trips, they had buses that they would take people to various parts around the Bay Area. And probably in there I did some, but that was some years ago, and I unfortunately can't remember the specifics of them, but I know I did a lot of cooking up of stuff with them. Yeah.
Thank you, Barry, for
I-
being here.
Thank you very
And
much.
we really appreciate seeing you and
Yeah.
you applying.
Well,
What we're gonna do is do 3 more interviews, and then we'll confer, and at the next meeting, we'll make a decision.
Good. Thank you.
Drop it.
Thank you.
So good.
Great, thank you, Barry.
Scott, I'm gonna step you in here at the next, if you're interested.
Catherine, I was just going to say, I don't think we need 5 people asking questions since I'm remote. I'm fine
Okay.
for handling questions, and I'll just listen and be available so we can talk about it afterwards.
Great, thank you. Miss Grace Hughes, please join us. Thank you. Similar questions.
Yes,
This,
good evening to you all. I
Yeah.
haven't had the pleasure of meeting everybody except you two. so-
okay. And you've met Sarah now and Stephanie. And I think Grace has been a Larkspur resident for, I don't know,
42.
42 years.
Well, not that long, but
Yeah.
I've been involved with Larkspur for maybe 70 years because
Yeah.
as a kid, I went to the Rose Bowl in high school.
Right.
So
Well,
Larkspur part of my life.
I'm thrilled to see you here, just as with Barry too, because I consider you a friend and actually a mentor. So I'm thrilled to see you here for that. And so just lead off, tell us why this interested you and why you're interested in representing Larkspur on this county commission.
Well, as I said in my application, I feel at this point in my life that I am fully ensconced into the elderly profile. And certainly over the last few years, have been interested in, on the other things that I've been doing in the community, how they affect seniors, especially in housing. And so when I saw that this was open, and I thought, I'm really ready for advocacy again in my life because I've had a lot of positions where I was advocating for good and sometimes working against something that I didn't feel that was so good. But what I get now out of my life is working for something. And the commission has been somewhat elusive in my background and understanding, but because it is a state mandated commission and that it goes deep into the community by having representatives from each town and city, it appealed to me at being able to get some things done. And the focus now is so much on the aging community and what can be done for them and finding out how much need there is out there, finding out that a high percentage of Larkspur residents, elderly residents, are living under the, the lowest level of income. So, and that's hidden for the most part. And I think that having a commission like this and having representatives from the community to be able to acknowledge that and look for solutions in a collegial way and work it up from the cities to the county to the state would be an interesting and productive and satisfying way to spend my time.
Yeah. We've had many discussions of many of these issues
Yes.
sitting over tea in your house, so I know. I'd like to start with you, Stephanie or Sarah, if you have a question.
All right, thanks, Grace, I did have a question and I'm trying to bring it up. Why don't you go ahead, Stephanie?
And one aspect of my elderliness is that I wear hearing aids. And sometimes even on microphones, they get a little with the quiet voices. I have to ask you to say, could you speak up, please?
We can do that.
Thank
I
you.
did just bring it up, so thank
Okay.
you. I'll go ahead. So thank you very much for applying for the position. And, you just reminded me of my question. You said one aspect of my elderliness is my hearing. And what I wanted to ask you is, as somebody mentioned in your application, who's entering into this elderly phase, what do you think are the biggest challenges in Larkspur? For, top priorities that you believe for the aging community in our.
Oh, I think probably the top priority is recognizing your community elders, as it were. The aging community, we're very gray community. And I think that for the most part, we have some wonderful programs and responses to elders' needs. However, on the other hand, so many are invisible. And with having a active commission who goes deeper into the needs and conferring with the city council and the other agencies that are available to find out who's being served, who isn't. And I think that's probably the biggest thing, is to recognize who we're serving.
Yeah, just Grace, it's great to see you, and I know a lot of your work, 1251 and so forth. Say a little more about housing. You know, I'm sorry, can you say a little more about housing? You know, the senior population, elders who are struggling with housing. You know, say a little bit more about your vision or solutions or anything.
Well, I don't have a lot of solutions, but because they're so complex and getting more complex by the minute, as to who is being served, because people are, well, I've started this from a long way back, but I won't try and take too long. But the obvious is that people in our community, our small community, have lived here for a long time. They're elders. They're in a big house. They have to either move to a smaller location because of financial needs, and they're not able to find the kind of housing that they can afford. So we end up with people that are stretched to the nth degree. So to be able to provide housing, we're mandated by the state, but there's so many complications and so much red tape that people are going unfulfilled in their needs. So I don't have a solution, but I know that it has to be more broadly recognized and more broadly addressed. Um, and I've worked on so many different aspects of housing, from homeless all the way through people who are outpriced. Uh, and it's a problem for the whole county, as the whole community, the whole state, and everybody's facing it. But what I said before about recognizing the problem and not going on to something else or putting Band-Aids on it, it's what has to happen. And people's realization that it, everybody, the single family residence or single co-op or a condo is not within reach for so many people. It's just when something is over $1.5 million for one bedroom, one bath, you're working. So working against the tide. And I just, again, recognition and making the observations that something has to be done, but it's a collegial kind of thing. And that one of the things that I was interested in on being on this commission is that for all the experience I've had over the years, the most important thing is to be able to read your cohort and also have an open mind about making compromises as well as innovations. So I don't know how to answer it much better than that,
That's a
because
great
it's just on slogging through.
Thank you.
One of the, I mean, your longtime association with the Marin Community Clinics,
Right.
when I first met you, and the Marin Community Foundation has shown you that whole broad spectrum within the county. One thing that I would really like to see with our representative, which I don't feel like we have had as much in the past, and I've been now on this council for a while, is really kind of giving back to us, reportable back to us, actionable items that we can try to create policy with. And I've struggled for a couple of years trying to get age friendly up and running here, and we're doing okay, but it needs more work. And Councilmember Paulson and I have agreed that we're going to focus a little on that this year too. Because that age-friendly community is very active in Marin, but we need to see more opportunity for someone to help us create policy. Where do you see you're fitting in with that?
Well, I think as an appointee
Right.
to the commission, it's incredibly important to be involved with the city that you were representing. I mean, it is a commission that covers the whole county. And so you have to be aware of the complete overview. But when you're being appointed by a city and you're not paying attention or being involved with your representatives, you're not giving anybody anything as far as a success or a innovation or a response. And it just keeps coming back again. To be seen is to know and to understand what is going on in your city. So I would recommend that you have an ongoing conversation. It doesn't mean that you have to talk to everybody every week, but certainly when before, after meetings, and as I understand it, the commission is broken up into different areas of interest, and to make sure that the person that represents you is listening and looking for those things that will have impact in your city, and making sure that things like age-friendly is successful. Because I know how successful it is in San Rafael. I know how successful it is in San Antonio. So it's just, it is being present is, I think, very important for it to anything be worthwhile.
Great. Well, thank you, Grace, for being here. And
My pleasure.
you heard our process as we
Right,
have 2 more interviews and then we confer and we'll
right,
we'll
all
get
right.
back to you.
I'm pleasure to be with you.
Yeah,
It's nice.
you too.
Thank you.
Good night.
All right. You're welcome to stay the rest of the evening if you want.
Thank you very
I
much.
know.
I appreciate the invitation,
Get outta
but I
here.
hope you won't mind if I go home.
Are you Lindsay? Oh, wonderful. You're, yes, come on down. I haven't met you. I'm Catherine Way.
Hi, Lindsay. Hi, Lindsay.
Hi,
This is
Dave Paulson.
Councilmember Paulson
Yeah, good to meet you.
and Vice Mayor Andre. And we have another council member on Zoom, at home for, and he's waving at you. But he's just gonna be listening tonight.
Okay.
So, yeah. Thank you. I did a little introduction before, and I'll do that now since have entered into the chambers now, but welcome. I know it looks like you've been living in Larkspur, actually in Elizabeth Circle in Greenbrae for about 5 years. So I'm really pleased that you found an opportunity that you're interested in applying and participating in. We're always excited when we have people who really want to show up and help and participate. So thank you very much for doing that. What we generally do in this evening is we welcome community members who've applied, and we just try to get to know you a little bit. You actually filled out an application and you wrote a secondary page, which was terrific, about who you are. So we just sort of assess how you're going to fit with this role representing Larkspur on a countywide commission. Take about 15 minutes. We have one more interview after you, and then we meet and confer. And always ask, if it doesn't work out for this particular commission, would you be interested in looking at other things? And we encourage all of our community to say yes to that. So I'm hoping you will.
Yeah.
Because we really look forward to having active community members. So terrific. So why don't you just start by just giving us a few minutes telling us about yourself?
Sure. So
And particularly what interested you in applying for this particular role and why?
Sure. So I have lived here for 5 years, as you noted. My background is really in the corporate world, so private and public companies. In fact, I took the private company public with our CEO. I live in the finance
field, really. Also had oversight over legal, HR. So
You guys could talk the
Why-
same language.
yeah, perfect. We sold the company, and at the same time, I had just had a baby, or a couple of months prior. And so I left the new company to stay home with my baby, who's now almost 2. And it's been incredible 2 years to pause, to stop,
I understand that.
to well, and in that, I'm looking at the world through her eyes, which I'm sure all of you, you've heard many moms and dads say this. It just, you really pause and you really see the world through a new way, and you see a lot of smaller things. While doing this and being home during the day, I also have stopped and talked to a lot of our aging population. They're out and about on the path, walking around. They're also not working during the day. And I've just found the wisdom and the connection and the sort of slowness to be really nourishing. And I've thought about it. My parents are aging, and I've had a lot of time to pause and think about things. And I've had a real draw, I think, towards this community and this population recently. And when I saw that this opened up, it felt very natural that, oh my gosh, I can really probably make a difference here. I hope I can make a difference here. So that's, I'd say that's what sort of inspired it. And yeah.
Were you
And
able
it's
to
that-
read the commission's expectations for the role so that,
So I read a lot of things. I believe I did.
okay,
But if there's something you want to put, I understand the time commitment,
Okay.
1 meeting a month, at least 10 months, and there's extra
Yeah.
outside of
I
that as
think
well.
what we're really
But-
hoping, what I'm hoping is to find a representative who will really take this to heart to engage with us in bringing policies forward, bringing ideas forward so that we can run with them and really think about ways to implement them here in Larkspur when you learn something, because that's what we're here for.
Okay,
So,
yeah, that sounds great. It sounds like
Yeah.
that's what our job is to be the runners and the, learners, and come back with our suggested solutions.
would you like to start, or are you
Yeah.
interested? This is a neighbor and you're in the neighborhood.
Thank you so much for applying for the commission, Lindsay. It's great to see you here, and great to see that you want to get involved. I really enjoyed reading your submission and was fascinated by your experience as a death doula, and that you have some, not just walking among neighbors, but you have some closeness to the aging community in other ways. You mentioned that, it's important to recognize the wisdom. You brought it up again, and the experience and contributions of our older adults. And I wholeheartedly agree. And that, by doing that, obviously their voice is being heard. They're not invisible, but they're also bringing back and sharing some very rich experience with the rest of the population. But what ideas do you have for doing something like that? Do you have some ideas already?
Yeah, I think different connecting activities, one of the yoga studios I go to, they've gotten really involved in their mother program. And I think what they have not gotten involved in, and that they're very natural at incorporating new things, but would be a senior class and senior community. And they're always looking for new things. That is sort of a fun one. Another one that I think would really run the gamut would be, I don't yet know how difficult this is to implement, but have you ever heard of a time bank?
No.
So this would be a little bit of trading off between younger folks, older folks, where you log time, maybe our high school students log time volunteering, and seniors might might put out requests for time that they would want. And it's kind of matchmaker-like. But you would have, you have people with such wisdom that have incredible skills. Think about a woodworker who's retired that has incredible skill, and you have somebody in high school who's learning how to do that. Wouldn't that be great to just actually match them up? And I'm sure there would be connection there, and
Intergenerational.
yeah. So, that's another one that I think of, but I really just think many opportunities to embrace that connection because it's so easy for it to be a really feel good and valuable experience on both sides. It's easy. Like, it's like, we just have to establish the forum for it.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you, Lindsay, for applying. I think that, I really enjoyed reading your biography and the reasons for why you want to join the commission. I think I found it to be really inspiring. I'd like to better understand, we have 4 really outstanding candidates. Frankly, I don't know everyone on the commission, but you probably are on the younger side of people who are on the commission, which could be a good thing because you might bring a different perspective. But I would like to understand from your perspective, what do you think you bring that is different than, or that, would, what are your strengths that you bring to
Yeah,
this?
so I did see that the majority is of the same, of the population. And I thought about, well, should I really apply? And I really, still felt like I should, and I still feel like I do. I think I will bring my generation's perspective. I also would bring the connection with some of, like, I guess, of my generation, or not even younger than me too. I mean, I have a lot of mom friends that are quite a bit younger than me. But I would bring that connection. I think very recently, I would say just with the corporate experience, I love to problem solve. I love to, identify a problem and find solutions for it, and then go forward and getting that done. I love the idea of collaborating with the council and the city as more broadly as well.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, yeah, I'll say echo everybody. Thanks so much. Well, first I want to acknowledge you went to American. I'm from DC. You studied
Excellent.
math. I did physics.
Oh,
You have a
okay.
kid. I have a kid. Enough of that. Okay, we don't have time
Catch up on
for
that
chit
later.
chat. Yeah. No, but the serious question, I kind of piggybacking on Councilmember Andre, your financial background. One thing I learned, trying to study the issue is, the county's Health and Human Services Department is about 350 million, and there are approximately 200 funding streams. It's really complex, and that's not something people normally do or look at, as volunteers on an aging commission. But my question is, this is government funding, not corporate finance. What sort of ideas, or, any thoughts on that? I know I sprung this on you.
And what do you mean? Any thoughts on it?
Well, I think, every idea, whether it's intergenerational mentoring or yoga, we probably are talking about some money, and also the use of money at the county. I think some of the most actionable advice would be how to work better with the funding that's available, or to understand the fund accounting and so forth. So I'm wondering if any of that would be in your wheelhouse.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I spent time at PwC as well, and I worked on some government clients. So I have some background there. I mean, would be happy to dive in, identify any inefficiencies or overlaps. I think that's actually a huge thing that you find all the time is inefficiencies, overlaps, leakage. But as it relates to this commission and probably not getting a windfall of funding for that, I think there are pretty easy ways to go about doing that outside of extra funding. The yoga one in particular, I know that certain teachers, I'm a yoga teacher myself, I would happily put on a class volunteer wise. Many of the instructors at Meta Yoga would do the same, Bay Club, I think, as well. And so you can people want to give back. People want to do the right thing. They want to do something that's helpful. And as long as they can be explained the mission and the concept behind it, it is pretty easy to get people on board if the ask isn't too big. So, and then the time bank piece, that I just haven't dove into enough to see what that would really entail. I know there are services out there that you could probably purchase. I don't know how expensive that would be. I also think it would be pretty easy for a software engineer to put something like that together. It's, kind of a matchmaking thing that might not be all that difficult. Did that answer?
Yeah, that's
that?
great. That's
Okay.
great.
Open it up to you, Scott, anything or pass?
Yeah, my only question is, are there any other, you
He's
seem
over
fantastic. I'm
here
just
too.
curious. I'm God. I'm talking about. If this weren't the right committee, are there other committees that you be interested? I mean, you seem fantastic and I'd like to, I'd hate to lose your enthusiasm. Are there other things that you thought about, that would be a good match for you?
I haven't looked
Well, I'll
deep enough,
pa-
like I
I'll-
will
I'll-
say, I felt very called and pulled
Good.
towards this one when I saw it. Although hearing, hearing you're very well credentialed and Grace as well. So, it seems like you guys can't go wrong with a
Well, I'll follow
selection,
up
but-
with you about that question anyway. Anything else you want to share with us about?
Thank you for having me. It's really
Sure.
lovely to meet you and thanks for all the service that you do. Yeah,
Well, we
I'm sure
appreciate.
thankless sometimes. And so I want to thank you and express gratitude.
Thanks. Well, we all live here and we're trying to do our best to make it the best place for everyone too. So thank you very much. And as you heard before, we will confer. And then generally what we do is at the next meeting, we discuss and offer an appointment to someone. So
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
Our last applicant is our last applicant is dialing in remotely. And we have her application here. You're welcome to stay. And we'd like to welcome Ann Morrison. I think we need some sound, Ann. We can't hear you yet.
How's that?
Oh, excellent. So Ann
How-
thank you for being able to dial in with us and participate remotely. And Scott is out for medical leave, but he is remotely here also. I hope you can see him on the screen.
I can. Hi, Scott. You look very handsome on your screen.
And you look very beautiful on your screen.
Hi, Catherine. Hi, Gabe.
Hi.
Hi, Stephanie. Sarah. We've met before. Nice to see you.
So, welcome. I mean, we all know you because Anne served on this council for 2 terms and has been a member of the Larkspur community for a long period of time. And thank you for filling out an application and applying for this. So tell us a little about why and what you think you can add to Larkspur's representation on the Aging Commission.
Well, one, I was born and raised in Marin and I love and lived in Larkspur for over 30 years. So I personally love Larkspur and I love the residents of those who live there. My love for the elderly people started when I was attending Marin Catholic High School as a freshman and my grandmother from Ireland came and lived with us. So I watched her go through the 80s and the 90s. And then I have my parents and my in-laws all local who I helped go through the process. So I know a lot about Marin Health and Human Services. I know about Marin Access. I know the understanding how the elderly want to keep their independence. They want control, and having 4 individuals that I cared very much for, helping them go through the process until they died was very educational. And the senior population is just always was part of my world for many years. And even dealing with the donors, the Larkspur, to the library. They're those that I've met, the elderly, they're adorable. It's always been my pleasure to meet with them for coffee or for even walks. And I can think of 3 that one was a beautiful woman and her children from out of state wanted her to stop driving. And she just wasn't ready to give that up. So we sat and we talked about what she can do. And I introduced Marin Access to her, along with Catch a Ride. And she didn't even know those existed. And then we talked about Uber and Lyft. She knew about those, but we downloaded Uber on her phone. So that felt very, very sweet and productive. And then another donor that I met, his wife just has Alzheimer's. And he was the only caregiver, and she, got in the mood where she didn't want anyone else in the house. So we talked about Marin Health and Services. And we also talked, I know, Catherine, you sit on the SHRIG. You sit the SHRIG
Sharing
Marin-
center. Yeah.
Yeah, we talked about that. He had no idea that even existed. So I have a pulse on the seniors, and it's a world I'm going to continue being involved in.
So one of the things I've asked all the four applicants is we received sort of information from the Commission on Aging, wanting to make sure that our representative could participate fully, because in the past we haven't had as an engaged representative. And I just want to make sure you're well aware of what the commitment is, and that we're
Absolutely.
hoping we can provide.
So I called Gary Laura. He's the one that runs the Commission on Aging. And we talked, and we talked about the meetings, and I also explained to him that in December and January, I will be gone. And he said, not a problem. They're no longer meeting in August and December, but
Okay.
in January, I can Zoom in.
Great. Okay. I just
Yeah.
want to make sure you're aware of them. Great.
Absolutely.
Start. Gabe, do you have a question? Would you like to begin?
Sure. Well, welcome, Ann.
Thanks, Kate.
As the fourth person, I can't say it enough. I'm going to reach out to all of you, Barry, Lindsay, no matter what happens here. This is a groundswell of resources. I've been dying to see this happen. So,
Yes.
so Ann, I've known you for a while, and you're really a great communicator and a great connector. Sort of repeating some of the questions before, two role, things which, you were mayor here as well.
Right.
How would you see bringing information to actionable information to the county? I mean, more than Larkspur, I think, we as a commission, but I really think it's the county where the, action happens. And then also, how do you think you could pull in or, try to help us move some of the issues along: housing, dementia,
Love it.
loneliness, depression? I mean, it's countless and it's growing. So, it's a very broad question, but, maybe a couple things that, because I know you're working in hospice, so that's your wheelhouse, I think. But, where do you see this going?
Okay, that's a great question. So I sat on the Homeless Policy Steering Committee meeting with Kate Collins and with Katie Rice and Damon Connolly, and we all took turns chairing it. And we figured out, okay, all the agencies came together, but they weren't working well together. So we figured out a strategy, especially Katie and Damon, about how we can have the agencies work better together. So when I reach out to the Marin Health and Human Services to help my in-laws and my parents, the AAS, which is underneath them, and the AAA, which is underneath them, I kind of feel as though they have the same concerns that we felt on the Homeless Steering Policy Committee. There's a lot of agencies out there, but they're very hard to get a hold of, a lot of paperwork. And I think they can work better together. Even though they're all under the same umbrella, it's very confusing to look at what needs are out there and how to access them. So I think I also know two people that are on the Commission on Aging. And I talked to Ralph about it before just last week, and he was saying that is another concern, that they need to rearrange the website. They need to make the programs a little bit more accessible. So that is something they're working on, Gabe.
Yeah, great.
Yeah,
That's a great answer.
Gary Laura also, when we talked and mentioned that. And also we talked about, for each meeting, they have a guest speaker. And I was thinking, wouldn't that be great for those really qualified guest speakers if Dan allows me to reach out to Damon and we can have guest speakers come into the library and get some more seniors involved and have a better understanding what's out there for them. So I'd love to work closely with Damon about that.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Steph, any question?
And it sounds like you know a lot of the inner workings of the county and all the various agencies. What, from your perspective, would be your top 3 priorities on this commission?
Well, one, hi, Stephanie. Let's see, what would be, so Marin access, transportation is very important for a lot of seniors to keep their independence. And I've learned that not only through the donors of the library, but through my in-laws and my parents. So I think they need to work a little bit closer with transportation. They have it, but it's not as accessible as it needs to be. They've got so many different programs, Stephanie, that really need to maybe we can combine one or two together because they're contradicting each other through AAS. And so AAA is the Aging and Adult Services, and the other one is Area Agency on Aging. They both kind of do the same thing underneath the same umbrella of Marin Health and Services. So I just think there's an easier way to access the programs, and I think it needs to be worked on. And like all of you, we have connections because we sat on the council, we sat on other committees. So to write an email or to make a phone call to those that can make a difference, as you all have, I think we have that access
Right.
to reach out to those that can make a difference.
Thank you.
So
Sarah?
why not use them?
I just want to say thanks, Anne. I don't have any questions. I think everybody has asked the questions that I would have asked. So I really just want to say thanks for applying and for your service prior to this. I know you've been in
Well, and-
Larkspur for a long time.
Yeah, thank you, and congratulations to you. You have incredible mentors, Sarah. You're in good hands. Yeah.
Scott, anything?
No.
Scott, do you have a question?
I do not at this time, other than thanks for taking the time to do this, and appreciate it.
Oh, I appreciate it. Excited.
Okay, anything you want to wrap up with, Anne?
I do. I know you got 3 other incredible applicants, and I understand that, whatever happens, happens. But yeah, I will always volunteer. So I will always have my hands in, especially for the elderly population, because I'm there. I'm there, and I'm okay being there. There's lots to be enjoyed. Yeah.
All right, thank you. And what do they say in Australia? Cheerio, or no, that's
Yeah.
England. So
Yeah.
Good day, mate.
Good day.
Good day, mate.
All right, you guys,
Thanks,
I'll
Ann.
talk to you. All right. Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Okay, thank you very much, Carol. That concludes our interviews. We are now adjourned, and we will be beginning the regular meeting of the Larkspur City Council in about 5 minutes. Hello and welcome to the regular meeting of the Larkspur City Council on Wednesday, January 15th, 2025. We're beginning after our special meeting in which we conducted 4 interviews for a Larkspur representative to the Commission on Aging. So welcome to the regular meeting. Can we have a roll call?
Councilmember Candell. I'll come back to that in just
Okay.
a minute. Councilmember Margulies,
Here.
Councilmember Paulson,
Here.
Vice Mayor Andre,
Here.
Mayor Way.
Here.
And I do see Councilmember Candela online, but
Okay.
perhaps he's not unmuted.
All
quite
right,
yet.
and for tonight, Councilmember Candell will be using a medical exemption to be able to participate remotely by Zoom. And I need approval and a vote on that by our council. Do I have anyone proposing a
I'll make that motion.
motion to approve of a Zoom remote participation by Councilmember Candell?
Second.
Shall we have a vote?
Councilmember Candell,
Yes, he said yes.
Councilmember Margulies,
Yes.
Councilmember Paulson.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Andre.
Yes.
Mayor Way.
Yes, thank you. All right,
Sorry.
Pledge of Allegiance. For those of you who are able, please stand. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Terrific. We're on to item number 2, which is public comment. This is an opportunity for people who are in the audience tonight or for those who are online with us to stand and address the council for matters that are not on tonight's agenda. Do I have anyone in the audience here participating who would like to speak to the council on a public comment? Seeing none, do I have any hands raised, Allison, in our Zoom audience for public comment for an item not on tonight's agenda?
Looking for any raised hands from our Zoom audience members. And there's no public comment.
All right, thank you. We'll close public comment and move to item 3, which are presentations. Tonight, there are no presentations. Item 4, approval of the consent calendar. There are 3 items on the consent calendar. Are there any council members present or on Zoom who would like to pull an item from the consent calendar for discussion? Okay, seeing none. Anyone in the audience interested in pulling an item for discussion from the consent calendar? All right, seeing none, I will take a motion to approve the consent calendar.
So moved.
Second.
We'll have a roll call, please.
Councilmember Candell,
Yes.
Councilmember Margulies,
Yes.
Councilmember Paulson.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Andre.
Yes.
Mayor Way.
Yes, thank you. Do we still need to do by California law, or can we just do a,
You do tonight because you have
Oh,
a
we have a
participant
remote.
online,
Got
but
it.
when you're all in the chamber, you no longer need to do roll calls for every vote.
Wonderful. Just checking, because the rules are always seems to be changing with post-COVID and pre-COVID.
Yeah.
Terrific. Okay, item 5, city manager's report, please.
I'm just going to highlight one item other than Happy New Year. I hope folks have noticed there's some activity at the corner of Doherty and Rose Lane. The library project is underway. They are working on preparing the property for construction. And we encourage folks to be conscious and aware that although we think most of the activity will be carefully contained within the footprint of the property, please look for signage, be aware that you are in proximity to a construction zone and follow all safety instructions. But we hope folks will join us in sort of watching the evolution of this project. And I think as Councilmember Paulson I've talked about before, nothing excites a young boy than to come watch bulldozers move around. So I'm sure he'll be out there with his son a few times.
And old boys.
With that, I'll turn it back to you, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you. Any questions? No. I always do this at council meetings, but I want the community to hear. Please go to our website and sign up for Notify Me, which is an opportunity for anyone who has an email address to get information to their into their email accounts on all subject matter of the city. And one of the Notify Me's is on the city manager's report, and you can get that in an email. You can also sign up for Notify Me for planning commission meetings, for city council meetings, for all sorts of things. So engagement and getting community participation is one of our goals this year. So I'm going to keep reiterating that. So if you want the newsletter that comes out from the city manager, Notify Me is where you sign up for that. Great. We're moving on to item 6, council members' reports and comments. I think I'll start to the left with Sarah. Anything you want to add?
No,
It's early in the year. We have
no, I don't have anything to add. Thank you.
Gabe, anything?
Sure. Yeah, I'll go briefly. Do you have a timer? No, but I was at the SMART board meeting this afternoon. Just a few announcements there. So part of the mission of SMART, they want to extend the rail, also do trails and freight, and on the trails part, the McGinnis pathway in San Rafael, which goes all the way up to Smith Ranch, I think, is going to open January 25th. So, the vision really, I would always love to think I could go from the Golden Gate Bridge clear up to Sonoma, as a walker. And, this is another piece of that. And it's wonderful. And just for perspective, the number of people, it's 50,000 to 100,000 people walk every month. So we're getting some value out of that. Also, you might have read in the IJ that every year the different agencies like the buses and the ferry and the trains try to align their schedules because they get out of whack and people don't have enough time to make their connections. So that did take place and 11 changes were made. So just so know that there is that continual attempt to get things synchronized. The general goal of ridership in SMART is to get 1 million people in a year. And I thought, and that's really all I have to say about SMART, but, given that we're talking about the Climate Action Committee tonight, I just wanted to, take 30 seconds or so to look at the different agencies and besides what Larkspur does and our climate action, the larger group. So one metric that's always interesting to me from SMART is how many million passenger miles they they claim they take off. So people who could have driven got in the smart, and it's 22 million.
Huh.
And if you do the math, it's roughly about a pound, like imagine a pound of food, a pound of carbon dioxide is taken out for every mile that you reduce. So this comes to about 11,000 metric tons that SMART supposedly is doing. And then we're also on Marin Clean Energy. And, Stephanie, I think will be on that committee. And all the work they've done is something to the tune of 400,000 metric tons. So that's about 40 times what SMART does. But the sad part and why I'm bringing this up is the fires that happened in LA. Like I won't forget the October 20th LA Times article from 2022. All this work that we're doing has reduced about 60 million metric tons. But just that 1 year of fire doubled that amount right back in the air. So what happened in LA probably wiped out what SMART's going to do for maybe a decade. So, and there was another article in the IJ today about the Proposition 4, I think, which is, climate change, and they're thinking of using money for fire prevention. So just, I'm reporting out on SMART, but I also wanted to generalize a little bit and connect it with the business item we'll do tonight. So that's it for me.
Vice Mayor Andre, anything?
No, okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Candell, any updates? Just,
Just real quick, with the vice mayor, I'm on the committee for the Serenity project. We're moving forward with continual meetings, and we will keep people updated. I just want you to know it's not being ignored. I am on the 1251 Alicio committee with the mayor. There have been some setbacks we are aware of, and we are working to move forward on that. And nothing really reportable other than we're aware of the issues and are working to resolve them. That's all.
thank you. I have a few things. First of all, we're all, our neighbors to the south are experiencing a tremendous, horrible situation that they're going through with the fires that are continuing. And it brings home how important it is that we all pay attention to that the potential for fire here always exists. And I want to bring forward 3 very important websites that everyone needs to be aware of, and they need to go to, and they need to take action on. Readymarin.org is going to be your source for everything you need to know about preparedness in Marin in one place. Don't have to look around for everywhere else. Stay there. Alertmarin.org is your key place to sign up for alerts for everything that has to do with fire, emergency, evacuation. Everything will come through the Alert Marin link. And that's how you're going to find out about evacuations. That's how you're going to find out what's happening from trusted sources. The third I want everybody to know about is the emergency portal, which is online and providing direct and immediate information. And it's emergency.marincounty.gov. That's where you're going to go if you want to find out real time, real information. And it's not Nextdoor and it's not Facebook. You have to go to trusted sources, and it's those. I also have alertthebay.org, which are all the 9 Bay Area counties that you can get alerts for. Because I have family members in Sonoma County, in Napa County, in Santa Cruz County, and I want to know if there's something happening there. So if you have family members, alertthebay.org is where you can find out alerts for other counties. Those are what I want everyone in our community. Alert Marin is key. So do that. The second thing fire-wise is that this weekend, or on January 17th, the Marin Wildfire Prevention Authority is doing a field trip in our neighborhood, which is at Ring Mountain. And Ring Mountain is in Corte Madera, but it's one of the ridges that is within our sphere of fire influence. And they are hosting a public field trip at Ring Mountain, January 17th, from 10 to 12. And the information is here, and the information is also online at Marin Wildfire. And it's an opportunity to meet some of our fire prevention specialists and see what they're doing in vegetation management in our particular Ross Valley area. Ring Mountain's right over there. on the opposite side of 101 in Corte Madera, but it's part of our Central Marin district. And then second to that, the Central Marin Ready Central Marin Preparedness Fair is March 29th. So put it on your calendar. That's going to be in the Corte Madera Town Center, and our NRG coordinator, our firefighters, our fire prevention specialists, and our NRG and CERT community will be there to help get everyone prepared. And Saturday, March 29th from 11 to 3. I'll pass this off to also get it in our community newsletter. Lastly, I just wanted to thank my colleagues and staff for our meeting on Saturday. The council and our staff met for our strategic planning retreat, which was probably the earliest we've had in a preparing for a year. And I just really appreciate the time and effort you all put into it, and our staff put into a very effective opportunity for the council to get together and talk about strategic planning for the upcoming year, some goals, initiatives, way we can work with the staff, way we can work with the community. So we are really up and running for the 2025 year, and we have a lot of plans and a lot of goals and a lot of opportunities to really work strategically with our community. So thank you for that. That brings us to public hearings on number 7. We have none. And now we're on to business items, which is why I think we're all here. 8.1 is city climate and sustainability discussion. We have 2 components to this. A is an overview of city climate programs and sustainability initiatives and climate action plan. I would like to refer everyone to several public comments that came in, and they are probably posted because Allison is the most efficient person ever. They're available for people to look at. And I also want to refer everyone to 15 pages, very small font, by the way, of an additional document that was published also, that is the supplemental item overview of the city climate program sustainability. And I say 16 pages because I printed it out and it's in about 2 font. So I appreciate that, but it's a very large document, and that's also available online to see the progress that we're making. So do we have a staff report on item A? I'll welcome Assistant City Manager Shannon O'Hare to the table. Yeah, go ahead and take this one too.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Way, members of the council, and members of the community. In addition to a staff report that we'll be having, there was a lot of interest in the community about what we're doing at a regional level. So in addition to staff talking for what I imagine will be quite a bit, we've invited 2 of our regional partners to give presentations. They're just an overview of what they provide to the community and to Larkspur and what their role is. So I have Sebastian Kahn this evening from Marin Clean Energy to provide just a high-level overview about what Marin Clean Energy is all about, as well as Christina Rourke here from the Marin MCEP, Marin Climate and Energy Partnership, to provide an overview of what we do jointly as a region in that area, give a brief update about how our climate action plan was developed, how our greenhouse gas inventories are developed and monitored, and then we'll move into the staff presentation, both for item A about where we are with our climate action plan before we move to item B, which will talk about the discussion of a potential advisory body or other community outreach efforts. So with that, if it's all right with the mayor and the council, we'll have MCE give their presentation first.
Thank you. So Sebastian, and one thing, welcome, by the way. One thing we've discussed at our strategic planning retreat is an opportunity this year, because we have 2 new council members and 2 relatively new council members, is to try to do a little bit more interaction with our presentations so that questions can be asked along the way. And so if that's okay with you, if there's a time in your presentation where I sort of say, let's stop and make sure our council has any questions, we'll reserve questions from our community members and the audience until after the presentation, and they can write them down and ask them later. But I want to make sure that our council, the policymakers here, actually get questions answered when they come up to them. Is that all right with you?
That's perfect, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, great. So go ahead.
Great. Shannon, did you want to load the presentation or would you prefer me to share my screen?
I think most people prefer the screen share option, so if that's
Okay.
all right with you, let's go with that.
Sure.
And Sebastian, is that what we have at the dais too?
It
Okay,
is. It is.
great. Does he have the capacity to screen share? Okay,
I do. I'm having some issues on my end right now.
I think Allison said she can probably pull it up on her end.
That would be awesome if you're able to, and I can just say next slide.
Okay, Sebastian, it's up and running for us. Do you see it?
I do, yeah. Thanks so much.
Okay, great.
Well, thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council, for the opportunity to present here this evening. My name is Sebastian Kahn. I'm a Senior Community Development Manager with MCE. MCE's been around now for 15 years, if you can believe it. We launched service here in Marin in 2010, and to this date, we proudly serve 38 member communities across 4 counties around the Bay Area, in Marin, but also in Napa, Solano, and Contra Costa counties. As a reminder, MCE is a local government agency. We're what's called a community choice aggregation program, and we provide renewable energy to customers throughout Marin and have proudly served residents and businesses in Larkspur for around 14 years now. So really excited to give a briefing to some of our new council members and relatively new council members on MCE and the work that we do to eliminate greenhouse gas emissions here in the community. Heard some really powerful opening remarks about the impacts of the wildfires in the LA area. And really at the core of what we do at MCE is work to provide renewable energy, offer energy efficiency programs, and reduce carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. So excited to get into the presentation this evening. If we can go to the next slide, please. All right, so who is MCE? As mentioned, we are a community choice energy provider serving Bay Area customers since 2010. We're a local government agency, and so we're a little bit different than PG&E in that we don't have shareholders. We're governed by a board of local elected officials who make decisions about rates, policy, programs that we're able to offer to our customer base. Again, as mentioned, we serve about 600,000 customers around the Bay Area, and we've actually saved folks about $83 million on their bills since 2010 and eliminated more than 500,000 metric tons of carbon. And I know we heard some analogies about carbon dioxide and kind of that relative figure at the start of this meeting. For reference, 500,000 metric tons is about the equivalent of taking 100,000 gas-powered cars off the roads. So really proud of that. Next slide, please.
Sebastian, I'm sorry, just real question before we go to the next slide. We saved over $83 million. What does that compare to?
Relative to PG&E, assuming that customers were receiving their energy generation services from PG&E from 2010 until now, if you compare that figure to MCE's rates, it represents about an $83 million cost savings.
Thank you.
Yeah, and appreciate the questions. If folks have more, feel free to interject. Just a little bit more about how MCE works and how energy generation and kind of the electric grid works in general. Before MCE, folks really only had one choice of where their energy generation was coming from, and that was PG&E. And the benefit of the community choice model, as the name implies, is that customers have a choice of where their energy generation is coming from. That's how the power is created. It's where the power is coming from. And so instead of fossil fuel sources, MCE invests in renewable sources like solar and wind, and folks have the ability to choose that on their bills and receive that generation directly from MCE. So PG&E is still involved in the process. They manage the distribution and transmission lines, the poles and the wires, the infrastructure in the streets. They continue to address service outages. They send the monthly bill. The only thing that changes with MCE primarily is that the source of the power is coming from a different source.
And I'm sorry, Sebastian, another quick question. Are you saying that it's actually cheaper to be environmentally friendly? That if people use MCE, which does clean energy, they not only help the environment, but they also save money than if they did PG&E, or is it comparing two different programs?
No, not comparing two different programs. Folks are saving money on their bills as an MCE customer at this time. You know, we're subject to the same market conditions that PG&E is when we go out to buy energy in the marketplace to serve our customers. So we can't always claim that we're going to always definitively be cheaper than PG&E, but we have been more than half the time of our operations, and right now that's the case as well.
That's fantastic. Thank you.
Yeah, you bet. Next slide, please. All right, so a little primer on community choice in California. MCE was actually the first community choice energy provider in the state of California. There was enabling legislation at a state level in 2002, and then really led by former Supervisor Charles McGlashan and staff at the County of Marin. They explored this legislation throughout the 2000s and actually launched MCE in 2010. So it took a little bit of time for the legislation to be passed and then actualized, but really proud to have started this movement here in Marin. You'll see here on the map that the green counties represent active CCAs. And so if I'm not mistaken, there are 24 active CCAs throughout the state of California at this point, serving over 14 million customers. And again, just as a reminder, this is an opt-out model. So when a new community decides to join MCE, all their residents and businesses are automatically enrolled, and folks can always opt out and return to PG&E generation if they choose to do so. Next slide, please. So there are primarily three options that folks can choose when it comes to their energy generation. You'll see with PG&E, the power content is about 38% renewable. Our default option at MCE is about 60% renewable, largely coming from solar and wind. And we also have an opt-up model called Deep Green, which is 100% renewable. So that's coming exclusively from solar and wind, and folks can choose any of these three respective options.
Sebastian, sorry to interrupt. Quick question. Why isn't the default service the Deep Green? Is it more expensive?
It is more expensive. It's the way that the rate works. It's 1 cent per kilowatt hour more. And that sounds nuanced, but it's really not. You basically just multiply your annual usage on a monthly basis times 0.01, and you come up with that surcharge. For residents, it's generally about a $6 a month increase. And we actually had a period in 2023 where we piloted Deep Green as the default. And it was a great program because we saw really an increase in numbers, the percentage of folks that were enrolling in that program. But what we found really challenging was being able to procure the amount of renewable energy in the marketplace to serve that increased customer demand. So we took a pause on that pilot. Those are kind of the primary reasons why it's not the default option, the cost, and then also the cost to procure that energy.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Sebastian, can you also talk about the 40% of the light green? Like what kind of energy is the 40% that is non-renewable?
Yeah, for PG&E's 38% renewable, it's largely the same sources of renewable content that MCE has, solar and wind primarily. I can't speak exactly to what their power portfolio looks like, but there is natural gas that's used, as well as a large amount of solar power or nuclear power as well in PG&E's portfolio.
Thank you.
And
All right.
Sebastian,
Sarah,
I'm sorry.
did you have something? No. Okay.
Sebastian, just so I understand, the light green is 60% renewable. What is the other 40%? Is that all fossil fuel?
No, it's not all fossil fuel. It's actually 95% greenhouse gas free, and this is where it gets a little nuanced. There's a difference between greenhouse gas free and renewable. We have a lot of hydroelectric power in our portfolio, which doesn't emit greenhouse gases. It's not emitting carbon into the atmosphere, but it's not considered renewable because you are using water, which is a trace resource. And so the state of California, through their Energy Commission, does not consider that renewable, but we don't have any fossil fuels within our portfolio.
Is there a way you can market that better then? Because that's a positive that doesn't come across when somebody looks at this.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, happy to take that into consideration.
Hey, thank you.
Next slide. Is that what you need?
Please. Thank you. All right, so this slide here just shows our clean energy leadership. And what I really want to highlight is the targets on kind of this right quadrant in the upper right here. You'll see that the state of California set through Senate Bill 100 a target to have energy providers providing 60% renewable energy service by the year 2030. And as you'll see on the previous slide and here, we actually met that 13 years ahead of schedule. We've been giving folks 60% renewable power since 2017. So incredibly proud of that. Again, 95% greenhouse gas free and 60% renewable compared to 38% at PG&E. Next slide, please. All right, so understanding MCE's rates. As mentioned, we do have a local board of directors made up of elected officials that set rates for MCE. And, we've seen in the news and on our electric bills that PG&E has raised their rates multiple times throughout the year over the past couple of years now. But we're really proud at MCE of the fact that we have kept rates stable and competitive for our customers and have actually not raised rates since 2023. And again, we only set rates for electricity generation. So on the bill itself, the generation charge, if you're an MCE customer, has not changed since 2023. We typically set our rates once a year, and we haven't had to do that in 2 years now. But in the event that we do change our rates, that's released to the public with a 30-day review and comment period. And again, all of our rate changes are reviewed publicly by our board of directors.
Sebastian, if a Larkspur resident is now enrolled with PG&E only for their energy production in their home, how would they find out an opportunity to switch to MCE? Is it available on their bill or online, or how would they do that?
Yeah, they would need to be able to go to our website and there's a simple form they can fill out with their PG&E account information and we can re-enroll them in MCE if that's what they choose to do.
So that's on your website for residents who are interested in using your resources only.
It is.
Okay.
And Sebastian, just one more question. Do people with solar, can they sell their excess power back to you? Do they have a choice or does that have to go to PG&E?
No, they do. We compensate customers for excess solar generation in a very similar way to PG&E. So solar customers are able to enroll in MCE as well.
Okay, thank you.
And Sebastian, do you know what percentage of the Larkspur residents are MCE customers versus 100% PG&E customers?
Yeah, I have it on, I think my closing slide here. I want to say off the top of my head, it's something like 83%, but we'll arrive at that number.
Okay, great.
Shortly.
Thank you.
All right, next slide, please. So in addition to our renewable energy generation, I do want to highlight some of our energy savings programs. Residents and businesses and even Larkspur municipal facilities are all eligible for these programs. And there's kind of three that I want to highlight. Traditional energy efficiency, these are things like swapping out, appliances for ones that are more energy efficient, switching to LED light bulbs, something as simple as having insulation in your building to make it so that hot air in the wintertime is not seeping out and you're being more efficient with that building. We have programs for that. We also have programs for demand response, and this is basically a way to incentivize customers to use less energy when the grid is most strained. So we've seen over the past couple of years the threat of what they call flex alerts, which are times when the independent system grid operator says, we need to conserve energy as best we can, or there might be rolling blackouts. We haven't had any of those in the past several years in California. We came pretty close in 2021, but we have what's called demand response programs to be able to incentivize folks on their bills each month to cut energy usage during those extreme periods. We also have a strategic energy management program, which is largely a behavioral change program. And what I mean by that is we work with some of our largest energy users and their facility staff to make simple improvements. Something as simple as pre-cooling a building on a hot summer day can make the world of difference for energy efficiency purposes to make sure you're not cranking that AC when it's 100 degrees outside and there's a threat of rolling brownouts. These are kind of the energy efficiency programs that we offer at MCE. So wanted to highlight those.
Sebastian, PG&E allows consumers to aggregate their usage over a full year and then do a every 12-month plan where they divide the bill so it's consistent every month and there's no spikes. Does MCE do that also?
I would have to follow up. I'm not sure off the top of my head.
Okay. I know that's an option. They look at your usage for a number of years and then decide you make every month $350 or whatever to aggregate it all. I'm curious about that because that would be a benefit for some consumers in Larkspur who want to have consistency in their bill per month. Just let me know.
Makes perfect sense. Yeah, I'm happy to follow up offline.
I think Sarah, did you have a question, Sarah? Okay, keep going.
Great. If we could go to the next slide, please. And some of the programs we're also most proud of are our electric vehicle program. So there's, again, kind of a big three here. We do offer income qualified EV rebates. So these are for folks that are looking to purchase a new or used EV. They can actually get a $3,500 rebate through MCE. And that's stackable with other state programs as well. So last time that I checked, if you meet certain income thresholds, you can actually get $17,000 off the purchase price of a new EV. And we've had folks in our service area do that, which we're super proud of. We also offer our program called MCE Sync. And this is an app that we provide that basically tells EV drivers when is the most opportune time to charge their EV at home, when the grid is the cleanest, and also when they're going to be using the less, it's going to cost less to charge because there is variability in rates throughout the day and kind of what it costs to charge an EV. This app tells them the best time to charge. And folks actually get a monthly bill credit as well for being a user of that app. And then one of the more popular programs with our municipalities and some of our larger commercial customers is our workplace and multifamily charging program. So we've installed over 2,000 electric vehicle ports throughout our service area. And we do offer, it says $3,000 here, but if you're a deep green customer, it's actually $3,500 to install new EV charging ports. And we're really fortunate here in Marin that we have the Transportation Authority of Marin as well, because if a customer qualifies for our EV charging program to install new infrastructure, there is a matching rebate through TAM. So folks can end up getting $6,500 towards new EV charging infrastructure, which is really great.
And just to tell the community, I sit on the Central Marin Police Council, and we have a plan to get our patrol fleet, an electric patrol fleet in the years ahead. And we've now engaged 2 electric vehicles for our Central Marin Police. And our law enforcement officers were able to acquire some really good rebates through you and through Marin Transportation to get EV charging in our Central Marin police stations. So just so you know, we're working on that. It's a transition that takes a while, but that was a good rebate for us to save some money for our police to upgrade to EVs.
100%. Yeah, thanks for sharing that story. All right, next slide. And here's just a quick snapshot of Larkspur at a glance. So I promised we would get to those participation numbers. I was right. We are at an 83.8% participation rate here in Larkspur. That's pretty average for our Marin communities. We typically see participation hover anywhere from the high 70s percentage-wise to the mid 80s. I will say, though, that MCE's participation rate in Marin is a little bit lower than the rest of our service area. If you look at comparatively Solano County, Napa, and Contra Costa County, because those communities joined later than MCE and there was more familiarity with MCE and the CCA model, we tend to see a little bit higher participation rates outside of Marin. Just a fun fact, I think it's kind of a blessing and a curse that Marin was the first to join because, there was that initial skepticism with MCE. And so folks might have opted out at that time, which is why that number is a little bit lower. Just some trivia for you all.
So sorry,
Sebastian, so if the participation rate for Larkspur is 83.8%, what is it for Marin?
Marin in the aggregate.
Yeah. And so
It-
you're saying it's lower than counties like Contra Costa and Solano because they joined later. So I'm curious, yeah.
I don't have the exact figure. I wouldn't be surprised if it's too far off from around that 83%. I would anticipate it's probably around that same percentage for MCE throughout the county.
And so are you achieving 100% adoption in places like Solano and Napa?
Definitely not. No. The highest we have really anywhere is around 90.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, 100 would be incredible, but also unprecedented.
Sebastian, I have a question, which is, can you explain me the counter argument for MCE? I mean, if it's less expensive and it's better for the environment, why would anybody opt out?
Unfamiliarity. I think people are familiar with PG&E, and I think unfortunately in utilities and energy, folks get scammed sometimes. There's door-to-door scammers. People go through utility scams, and I think oftentimes people think MCE is a scam too, which is unfortunate and not true. And I think that's a driving reason. I think sometimes too, when for whatever reason folks are not trusting of local government and might have some aversions to that. I think that in some more conservative parts of our service area, you might have folks that maybe aren't so supportive of renewable energy overall. Those are some of the reasons, but I think you'll see our participation rate is relatively high throughout most of our service area. So those are some of the
I just
reasons
don't
I
understand
see.
why it's not 100% because it seems like it's a win-win. Unless I'm missing something, and if it is a win-win, and there's no real reason not to use it, I'm curious if there's some kind of reset where we can default everybody back to it and let them opt out again if that initial opt out expires at some point, or there's some way we can say that was a 10-year and now we're starting over and everyone's in until you opt out again.
I'm with you. I don't think there's there's, for me at least, not a reason why a person would not be a CCA customer. It offers cost competitiveness, it offers local control, it offers more renewable energy. So it's a win on multiple fronts. To do something like that where we, reset everybody to being an MCE customer, I'm pretty sure would require a reworking of our joint powers agreement. And I don't know exactly what that would look like. I'm happy to follow up.
I'm
I
just
think
curious.
Councilmember Paulson would like to comment on that as our MCE representative, just
Of
do you have
course.
Yeah,
information that you can share on that?
just a clarification, Sebastian. So, one thing, that all, both PG&E and MC have are the different tiers. For example, the most expensive time is between 3 in the afternoon and 9. So, that's when you don't want to charge your car. Is it, the same in all tiers between MC, or sorry, is MC cheaper in all tiers than PG&E? Time slots, in the different pricing tiers?
Ooh.
Because I can see a reason, a larger, someone who's running, because, I was on the board in one, dilemma, we, voted to allow nuclear because of the cost, and we didn't want to, contaminate the brand or that. But, the fact is that when it's like today's a perfect day, when it's dark and it's cold, MCE has to fall back on non-renewables, because your solar farms aren't doing any good. The wind may not be blowing. So dark winter nights are the most challenging for MCE. And that's also where there's a different market and arbitrage and pricing tiers. So I'm wondering if you can just, if not today, maybe speak to that issue, maybe get back, because I think, the pricing is perhaps not as simple as saying, MCE is just hands down cheaper.
Sure. I'm not prepared to speak to all of the various rate classes and the differences between them today, unfortunately. I'm happy to follow up and provide that information at a later date.
Yeah,
Yeah, but I-
that's fine. I mean, we asked for kind of a high level
Yeah.
overview, so
Yeah.
there's a few follow-up questions that'll happen, but thank you, Sebastian.
And just a couple things. So I mean, I think Councilmember Candel's question is great. So I'd love to get that answer. But I wanted to go one step back on the rebates. I think it's wonderful, between TAM and MC, the 6,000. Now, how does that extend to multifamily? One of the challenges I found is, a home like mine in Heather Gardens, we got a port, we have a Tesla. But, I'm finding that the availability of charging in some of these other places are keeping people back from the charging is just an issue for them. So does that rebate program extend, or do you know any more about that?
Our rebate extends to multifamily properties. In fact, we actually have an active grant with Marin Community Foundation to do some matching funds to be able to install charging specifically at affordable multifamily properties. But for multifamily properties that don't meet that designation, TAM's rebate doesn't match ours, but it is still money that's available through MCE. Multifamily properties are eligible for a $3,500 rebate through MCE.
Okay, thank you very much.
I was wondering if you have any breakdown on the data of the participation rate at 83%. What percentage is single family homes versus commercial versus multifamily versus municipal? Is that something you have a data for?
Municipal, you're at 100%. All of your municipal facilities are enrolled in MCE, and to boot, they're enrolled in Deep Green too. So that's a plus. I don't know if we have the ability to break down the enrollment on a residential scale between single family homes and multifamily, but we can certainly do that between residential and commercial, and I can provide those figures.
Okay, thank you.
Couple comments, Sebastian. One, you look, judging by the amount of commentary, negative commentary on PG&E, on Nextdoor, and what I hear from residents, I think this is a great opportunity for MCE to somehow figure out how you could increase your participation rate. There are a lot of residents who are very unhappy with the fact that PG&E is constantly raising their rates. And I think some better education for our residents as to what, is happening at MCE, I think would be a great way just to increase your participation. And this is a question for staff, but in the new library, are we applying for those rebates for EV charging from TAM and MCE? Do we know?
This County of Marin provides staffing support to identify the best total package of rebates. MCE is participating in those conversations. I don't know if that specific rebate is the one we will take.
Okay.
They work with us to identify what will be the highest qualification. And sometimes when you pick one rebate to qualify for it, you can't qualify for a different rebate. So I guess I'd answer, we're going to get a rebate.
Okay.
It might be different from that specific program.
Okay.
The one, for example, that CMPA applied for is not that specific rebate. It's a different MC partnership program. It did amount to a significant contribution to the cost.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Terrific. Okay, that's your last slide, huh, Sebastian?
It is, unless folks have any more questions.
I think we have asked our questions. Thank you for tolerating our interruptions.
No, it's I preferred that instead of getting all the questions at the end. It was actually a nice change of pace from the normal presentations that I give. So thank you.
Yeah, we're going to try to do that a little bit more this year so that we can make sure everyone's up to the same level of knowledge about things. I'd like to open it up to the public. Anyone in the audience have a question specific to MCE that Sebastian might be able to answer for you? Okay. Sure, sir. Come on up, introduce yourself. And we have a lot on the agenda tonight, but for this particular time, let's narrow it to MCE.
Thank you, Mayor. Ted Horton, 14 Willow Avenue. Our house, we produce more solar than we use, and we used to get a check from MCE every couple of years. I don't remember getting a check in the past 4 or 5 years. Was that a change in policy? That's my question.
Okay, great. So did you hear that, Sebastian? So the
I-
question.
I did.
Okay.
I did. Yeah, Ted, we'd have to look into your specific instance and kind of what your solar is generating. I'm happy to connect you with the folks that could do that. I'll say as an MCE solar customer myself, what I've experienced is not receiving a check, but receiving bill credits that roll over on a monthly basis. So like in the summertime, for example, my solar is producing in excess, but right now in January, it's not producing and I'm drawing energy from the grid. So the way that we typically run our energy billing is that there's a credit system where you essentially bank those credits in the summer months where you're generating so much extra, and that rolls over to the winter months to kind of offset when your solar is not producing so much.
Got it. So, thank you for that. And I would just refer community members to Marin Clean Energy's website if they have questions about their bill or rebates, et cetera. Great. Thank you. If there are no questions online, I don't see any hands raised. Then we'll close this item. Thank you, Sebastian, for that. That brings us to our second presentation under 8.1. Would you like to tee that up, Shannon?
So the second presentation will be from Christina O'Rourke on behalf of the Marin Marin Climate and Energy Partnership. Lots of acronym soup tonight, so excuse me. Giving an overview of the program, how the region works together, and then specifically Larkspur's program and climate action plan.
Okay. And at the dais, we have a printout of that for my colleagues. And is that also posted online yet or will be? It is? Okay.
It's online.
So for those of you who are following along online, it's there, and those in the community who are in the room can see it here on our screen.
And since we're in the spirit of interrupting during the presentation to get information, I may walk up to the podium and answer any questions that would more appropriately be directed at staff.
Great, thank you. Are you okay, Christina, with that style that we're trying to enact? All right.
Okay, so good evening, Mayor Way and members of the council. I'm Christina O'Rourke, and I am the Sustainability Coordinator for the Marin Climate and Energy Partnership. And tonight I'm going to give you an overview of MCEP and let you know about the programs and the projects and the resources that we have for all of our member jurisdictions in Marin. So MCEP has been around since 2007, which Gulf is 18 years, and I've been involved in MCEP for the entire time. We are a project of the Marin General Services Authority. So we're a program, and MGSA has a whole host of other programs, as you may know, like animal control and taxi cab and streetlights. So we're kind of a little odd program of theirs. And we are a partnership of all of the Marin jurisdictions, including the County of Marin. And then there are 3 special districts that are also members, and that's MCE and the Transportation Authority of Marin and Marin Water. And our mission is to work together to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and to prepare for a changing climate. Sure. Is that better? Yeah, I can hear it. Okay. Maybe I can move it up too. All right. Okay. So we have our steering committee is composed of members. There's a staff member from all of our member jurisdictions and the special districts, and that comprises the steering committee. Assistant City Manager Shannon O'Hare is the member, your representative on MCEP. And we also have an executive committee, and Shannon is also on the executive committee. And we meet monthly. And when we meet, we're generally reviewing documents or programs that we are sponsoring. We're also calling in experts, and we're doing research that will help us to provide outreach and education and develop model ordinances and et cetera. So some of the things that we have been doing, there are a couple of countywide plans that we developed or helped to develop. One of those is the countywide EV acceleration strategy. And then most recently, the building electrification roadmap. I'll talk a little bit more about that. We also develop model ordinances for use by all of our jurisdictions. And these range from a low carbon concrete ordinance, which was developed a few years ago, the reusable foodware ordinance. We also do green building reach codes. We're working on that right now, actually, because the building code, as you may know, is updated every 3 years, and it's a 3-year cycle. So the new building code will have to be adopted by the city at the end of this year, goes into effect January of next year. And so there's an opportunity to do a reach code, which means to just go a little bit further. And it can be in energy efficiency or like the number of EV chargers that are required. So we're studying the new code and to see where there are some opportunities perhaps to do a reach code. And we'll be developing a model ordinance for that purpose. We also do outreach and education. Every month, we prepare materials for use by our member jurisdictions, and that's for newsletters and social media and their websites. We develop and update climate action plans, and we prepare greenhouse gas emissions inventories, both for community-wide level and also periodically for government emissions. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a couple of slides as well. So we have a website, and it's at marinclimate.org. And that is where the public can find all of our most recent greenhouse gas emissions inventories for all of the jurisdictions. Also, the most current climate action plans for our jurisdictions. And then there's also some tips for how you can reduce your greenhouse gas emissions and your carbon footprint. We also have a website called the Marin Sustainability Tracker. It's at marintracker.org. And we just updated this one. There are 9 different metrics. And for most of these metrics, we're comparing the cities to each other. And you can see how each city is doing in relationship to the others. For example, how you're reducing greenhouse gas emissions, or how many EVs have been registered in your town, or how much solar is being produced by that town. And we also have data going back to 2005 for many of these metrics. So it's kind of cool. You can press the button and you can see how this map changes over time as well. As I said, there are a couple of countywide plans that we have developed. One is for EV, we call it the Electric Vehicle Acceleration Strategy. That was developed in 2023. In fact, I came here in May and did a presentation on that strategy for you. And then most recently, we worked with the county. The county was the lead agency on the Marin County electrification roadmap. And that roadmap has 10 key strategies to prepare and accelerate electrification in Marin County. One of our primary outreach and our education programs is through Resilient Neighborhoods. We're a big supporter of this program. Resilient Neighborhoods provides free classes to all Marin residents, and it's a series of 5 different classes, and they go really in depth on things that you can do. They provide all kinds of information about rebates, and they help you to put together. First, you do you calculate your carbon footprint, and then you put together a plan for how you're going to reduce your emissions and also adapt to a changing climate and be more resilient.
Have we done those? I can't recall if we've done any in Larkspur in the most recent past. That photo you show here, it looks like San Anselmo because I see Ford Green on the far left. Oh, you did? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I honestly, I haven't participated in one. So I was just wondering if we've done one in this region recently.
Yes.
Okay.
And they are doing them. Some of them are online so that they can,
Reach
draw
more
from
people.
Yeah. And draw from all over the county. It doesn't have to be specific to one town. I don't have the data exactly how many residents, but I know there have been residents from Larkspur that have participated in the past.
Okay, thanks.
And then for climate action planning, we have been preparing climate action plans since 2010. In fact, back in 2010 and 2011, we did a climate action plan for all of the jurisdictions in Marin. And what we do is we create a template And then we individualize that template for each city and town. And that's a really cost-effective way of doing these climate action plans. We were some of the earliest ones in the state. And the 2010 and 2011 plans were in response to a law called Assembly Bill 32, which required the state to reduce emissions to 1990 levels by the year 2020. And so that was our target for those plans. And that is actually, all of our cities met that goal 4 years early, right around 2016, as well as countywide. We met that in 2016. And then in 2016, the state passed a new law, SB 32, and that set longer term targets. So our target for 2030 is to reduce emissions 40% below the 1990 level. And then we have more recent legislation, Assembly Bill 1279, which requires the state to be net zero energy by the year 2045. So around 2016, we started updating the climate action plans so that they could meet those longer term targets. We updated the Larkspur climate action plan in 2021. And the plan, as I said, it uses a template. So there's a lot of similarities across the jurisdictions, but every time a jurisdiction updates it, we bring in new information and more best practices. So it's refined and just keeps getting better and better. The Larkspur's CAP addresses low carbon transportation, building electrification, renewable energy, waste reduction, water conservation, all of those things that you see up there. And the target is similar to the state target, which again is 40% below 1990 levels by the year 2030. So the other thing we do is we produce these greenhouse gas emissions inventories, and we do them annually for all of the community-wide emissions. And we've been doing that since 2014. We have data that goes all the way back to 2005, and we do an estimate for what 1990 levels were based on guidance from the state. And so we have lots of really rich data. We use an international protocol. It's one that is recommended by the California Air Resources Board, also by the Bay Area Air Quality Management District. And so our inventories are compliant with those resources. And our inventory it's an activity-based inventory, and that's in comparison to what's called a consumption-based inventory. So let me give you an example, just so that you understand what an activity-based inventory is including. So let's say you purchase an iPhone, and that iPhone is made in China. So the materials that are mined, the energy that goes into producing that iPhone, the fuel that's used to ship that iPhone from China to the port of Oakland, the fuel that's used to take that iPhone off of the container ship and put it on a truck, none of that is included in our inventories. The truck that let's say it's taking it directly from Oakland to your home in Larkspur, we're going to count 1/2 of that vehicle miles traveled in our inventory. When you charge that phone from an outlet that is located in Larkspur, we're going to count those emissions from that energy consumption. If you're charging at your workplace in San Francisco, we're not counting those emissions. When something is disposed of, we do count those emissions. But in this case, an iPhone has no organic parts, so it's not going to create greenhouse gas emissions in the landfill. So there will be no emissions that are associated with that iPhone. If that iPhone is sent somewhere for materials recovery and for recycling, we're not counting those emissions either. So we're really just focused on emissions that are created from the activities that occur within the boundary. Yes.
Sorry, Christine, I'm curious about wildfire. Is that at all in the Marin inventory? Like we do controlled burns, we do have fires. Is that
Right.
included?
No, we do not quantify emissions that come from.
Is there any sense in your group that may be an order of magnitude, missing in the calculation?
We haven't, I don't know. I really don't know. I'm sure, I know that it is significant, but we have not tried to quantify that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. What we're really focusing on are the emissions that we know that we have control over. We don't have control over what happens in China. We do have usually typically actions in a climate action plan that encourages people to produce less or to be aware of where, the consumption, the embodied emissions in products that they purchase. But we're focusing on those emissions that we have control over, that we can quantify, and that we can track them from year to year so we can measure our progress. There was a consumption-based inventory that was done about 10 years ago for all of the Bay Area jurisdictions. And based on that, I can say that we're quantifying about a quarter to a third of the emissions that are generated by every household in Larkspur.
Yeah, I wanted to add, I mean, I really appreciate the better attribution, because as end consumers, there's a lot of other places that bear the externality. So that really is helpful. Again, I'm also wondering, is it only CO2? Because certain gases are actually worse greenhouse gases, even in smaller emission amounts. I don't know if it's the chlorofluorocarbons or methane, but one of them are they also in the inventory?
Yeah, what we're quantifying are carbon dioxide, methane, and nitrous oxide. The hydrochlorofluorocarbons, we do quantify those in the government inventories, the government operations inventories, because those are emissions that are coming from the use typically of air conditioning and refrigeration. So we actually do an inventory. We count all of the pieces and we find out how much Freon or whatever, is used. And then there's methodologies to how much of that gas escapes each year. So we quantify that, but we don't know on a county, on a jurisdiction basis, how much air conditioning is in effect. So, but the big ones really are the methane and the nitrous oxide. And when we quantify those, yes, methane is a more potent greenhouse gas emission, as is nitrous oxide. And then we balance that. So we multiply those by what's called a global warming potential, so that they're all in what's called carbon dioxide equivalents.
And sorry, one last
Yeah,
question. I
go
know
ahead.
it's a lot, but are you also looking at offsets? Like if I were to plant a tree in my backyard, or if there's, with the fires, the extent to which carbon capture and revegetation occurs, I would think is relevant to the inventory.
Yeah, we don't do that in the inventory. In order to do it, we would actually have to have a baseline. We'd have to be able to quantify all of the trees that were growing in Larkspur and how large they were back in 2005. And then every year be able to identify how many trees we lost and how many were planted. And that's really an impossible task. So, so we've talked about it, but no, we don't do it. But we do recognize it. We typically will have an action in a climate action plan that says about sequestering. And if you have plant so many trees, how many metric tons would be sequestered by those trees? So and that's just a way to have some kind of program where we encourage tree planting.
Great. Christine, I'm intrigued that 61% is transportation. And I know just anecdotally, a lot of our transportation or use of road surfaces by automobiles in Larkspur is a lot of pass-through, people on commute and school traffic, which aren't necessarily Larkspur residents. Is it possible to break transportation 61% into different components, or is that, how can that be done? I mean, 61% is pretty high, and I just anecdotally know that our roads are often clogged by non-Larkspur people.
Yeah, let me explain what is in that 61%
Okay.
first. And then, so it is including passenger vehicle trips, but we're not counting, we do not count pass-through. So if somebody doesn't make a stop in Larkspur, we're not counting that trip. And this is all done through modeling that is done by the California Air Resources Board, and the Bay Area Metro produces these models for us to use. And they also use things like cell phone data to kind of track where all the cars are going. And so it's pretty robust, but they are estimates. So we count any trip that starts and ends in Larkspur, we count 100% of that VMT. And then any trip that starts or ends in Larkspur, we're counting a half of that VMT. So if a resident works in San Francisco, we're only counting half of that VMT. Or if somebody comes to shop in Larkspur, we're counting half from outside of the city. We're counting half of that VMT. That's the passenger vehicle emissions. That represents about 80% of all of the emissions in that sector. Most of the rest of it, 19+% comes from commercial vehicle traffic. And the way we allocate that is we know what the number is countywide, and then based on certain vehicle generating industries, we take a percentage of that and allocate it to Larkspur. That's based on that protocol that I was talking about. And then the third component is public transportation. And we actually get counts from the public transit agencies, Marin Transit, Golden Gate Transit, and in your case, also SMART, how many vehicle miles are traveled and what vehicles they're using and what their fuel efficiency are. So that's a pretty robust statistic. So, but it's less than 1% is from public transportation. So that's what goes into that number.
Thank you. Let's, any other questions or we'll just keep going? Thank you.
Okay, sure.
Sorry,
And
just one.
Yeah,
one
Scott?
question. Do you take into account whether these are gas cars, hybrid cars, electric cars, or are they all kind of just considered vehicles at this point?
Yes, all of those are considered and they're part of the emission factors that the California Air Resources Board generates. They're countywide numbers and they're different. So that factor is going to be different for each county. And it does take into account what type of fuel and also the age of the vehicles, how fuel efficient they are. All of that is rolled into that number.
Thank you.
Let me talk a little bit more about these other sectors of that pie graph up there. The second largest sector is the built environment natural gas. So that's natural gas that's consumed in all of our residential and commercial buildings. And that's almost a third of emissions come from that. It's kind of underneath that little thing, but you can see the built environment electricity use is only 5% of emissions. It used to be a much larger slice of that pie, but our electricity, as you was just hearing from Sebastian at MCE and also PG&E as well, is now 95% greenhouse gas free. Those, the electricity has just gotten much cleaner over the years. So that sector has really shrunk over time. And then we have these other three sectors, the off-road, water and wastewater, and then waste. And waste is kind of surprisingly small. It's only 3%. That sector also was larger. It's getting smaller. For that, we're just counting emissions that come from the decomposition of organic waste in the landfills.
Christine, quick question.
Yes.
About the, sorry, about the built environment. Just roughly the breakdowns, residential, commercial, and also as a rough breakdown, like as a homeowner, the main gas is going to be heating in the winter, and then year long is going to be any gas stoves. Roughly what are the proportions there? Like how much is residential, commercial? And if I'm a homeowner and say I had to replace my oven or my, central heating, and it costs the same amount, which would make a bigger dent?
Yeah, I don't have it, have the data, but I don't remember exactly what the breakdown is between residential and commercial. It's probably about 75. I'm taking a guess here. I think it's probably 75% residential. As far as gas consumption, by far the biggest use is your heating and your hot water heating and space heating.
And question on that, is there any program like, it just sort of, I'm wondering, everybody has outlets. And, local space area heaters, could heat the house at night, which is when it's used and you don't need the living room, the kitchen, all that. Are there any thoughts or programs going in that direction? Because one of the things we struggle with is the building code. So if it's new construction, yeah, you'll be electric, but most of Marin is going to remain and not necessarily remodel. So we've got these gas heaters for a long, long time. So, I mean, I would love to see or know that there's some ideas, because even in our home, I thought, gee, I could go to Home Depot and get, for my kid's bedroom and me, these electric heaters, rack up the bills, but it would be turn off the gas completely at night. And then, that would pretty much take that out of the equation. Is there anything like that you guys have pondered?
So, so the big push right now is definitely for electrification. We really need to get, shrink that natural gas consumption if we're going to meet our longer term goals. And our electricity is so clean. So that's why, even like electrifying your cars as well. I mean, we have clean electricity, so it's a win-win. So as far as using space heaters, I don't know how efficient those are. The real push now is for heat pump hot water heaters and heat pump space heaters. And so those would actually replace your space heat, your hot water heater and your furnace as well. There's a lot of rebates that are available for that. There's also tax credits that are coming online for those kind of replacements. They can be expensive, but that really is what we need to do. As far as the building code goes, the building code doesn't require all electric, but it kind of stacks it so that, at least for the current building code, if you're putting in a new residential, new single family home, you're going to have an energy budget that essentially means you're going to have to put in a heat pump hot water heater or a heat pump heating system in order to make your energy budget pencil out. The update, what we're understanding is that it's essentially going to mean you have to have both. Will have to be heat pump hot water heater and heat pump heating system. It doesn't demand or require all electric building, because we can't. There was a lawsuit about that. It's a federal law. You can't ban natural gas. So you have to have the ability to have natural gas.
That was the Berkeley one that's been
That's
settled?
the Berkeley one,
Okay,
exactly.
gotcha.
Now, one thing though that is happening, and you may have heard about the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, they have a new regulation. They can regulate nitrous oxide, NOx for short. And they've passed a rule that says starting in January of 2027, you're not going to be able to purchase or install a natural gas residential hot water heating system heater. They're saying you have to install a non-NOx hot water heater. What essentially that means is that it can't use natural gas. And then in 2029, that's true for residential furnaces for heating systems. And then in 2031, that law will affect commercial, like large hot water heaters. So that's how we're going to get at the existing building stock, because yes, I mean, unless you're remodeling, and we have very little new housing that's going in. So it really is getting at the existing housing stock. And so those regulations, and the California Air Resources Board is actually coming up with regulations as well. And they're really modeling, they were going to have them start go into effect in 2030, but they're looking at the Bay Area Air Quality Management District regulation, figuring how they can align with that. So, so that is really going to make a big difference. And then over time, because, nobody will have to replace their hot water heater, or have to replace their furnace. But when they burn out, when they need to be replaced, there won't be any other option. And that's true of like electric landscaping equipment right now. If you go to Home Depot,
Everything's
it's only
battery
electric.
powered,
Right.
yeah.
Okay. And the Air Resources Board has banned all gas landscaping equipment.
Gotcha. I appreciate the very thorough answer.
Sure.
Is there conversation with the group about what the new federal administration may do for these measures that you just outlined, to roll them back or
Yeah.
require them to be eliminated? Because I see that on the horizon.
I know. And we don't know.
We don't know yet.
We don't know. I know that some states are trying to roll out that, the rebates and the money and get that money
Get
out
it
the
out.
door as quick as possible. I'm not sure how
By
fast
Monday.
California is, I know, right? I'm not sure how
Uh,
fast we're getting it out or how effective it's going to be or what will be rolled back in the end. It's a big question mark. We were, running victory laps
Yes.
not very long ago. And
Okay, let's keep going because we
Okay.
have a long meeting ahead of us. We have a lot of community here who'd like to talk.
Okay, I think I only have maybe one or two more slides
Yeah,
anyway.
it's just very
So this
informative.
is-
Thank you.
This is looking at the trend in Larkspur emissions over time. Again, we estimate that 1990 level. And so the last inventory we did was for 2022 emissions, and we're right now working on the 2023. So in a couple of months, we'll have that available for you. But in 2022, emissions were down 25% below the 1990 level. And again, the goal is 40% by 2030. So that would mean 8 years to get to that 2030 goal. And the slide also shows the 2045 goal, the net zero energy goal. And then some sector highlights. So electricity emissions are down 84% since 2005 or since 2005. The cap was targeting a 92% reduction. So we're almost there in electricity emissions. Natural gas emissions are down 16% since 2005. The cap is targeting a 28% reduction. So a ways to about halfway there. Vehicle miles traveled are actually up 7% since 2005, but emissions are down. And that's because our cars are much more fuel efficient. And also we have more electric vehicles on the road as well. There were, at the end of 22, 7.5% of the passenger vehicles registered in Marin were zero emission vehicles. And in Larkspur, a little bit higher at 9%. And your cap is targeting a 33% adoption rate by 2030. When you look at the trends and just, how we're doing, I think we can get there actually by 2030 if we keep up the rate that we're at now. It's about 45% of all the vehicles sold last year in Marin or registered in Marin were zero emission vehicles in Marin County. Waste disposal in landfills is down 21% and waste emissions are down 46%. And that's because we're doing a much better job of getting that organic material out of the landfills. And the cap is targeting a 76% reduction in landfill waste emissions. So kind of in a nutshell, the best opportunity here is to electrify everything. Electrify your cars, your heating systems, your hot water heaters, and all of the appliances as well. So I know we've answered a lot of questions along the way, but I'm happy to answer any more questions that you might have.
You had one more slide on the handout. Was that something?
Did that get snuck in there as well?
Yeah.
So just in case this question had come up, this was the ZEV population at the end of 2023, just so you could see where you are. So I said it was at 9%, but at the end of 2023, Larkspur was up to 12%. And the 2024 statistics will come out in a couple of months. And so that's why I'm saying, if you're at 15% in 2024, you can see how, it starts to snowball if we can keep up the rate of increase.
Great, thank you. We've asked a lot of questions along the way, but I want to open it up to the council for any additional questions you have on this particular issue. The overview of either Christine or our staff.
I had one more, not to ask
Sure.
a long question. It may be a little bit, beyond the scope of tonight, but, one of my concerns, outside of climate is housing. And, like we were talking about, the hot water pumps and so forth. What's generally the change in construction costs, when we go down this route? Like say you do new construction and you could, you choose any appliances or, method but, here we have these codes. I've heard different claims, but I just want to hear from you, what does it do to the cost of construction, specifically multifamily, high density? I'm not so concerned about, private development.
Yeah, I don't know. I will say that it's cheaper, of course, to do this in the beginning than to retrofit and, try to change it later. And that is one of the things, I mean, we know that where we're going is we're going to be electrifying everything. And so even having buildings, knowing that now and having buildings built with natural gas appliances that we know are going to have to be electrified in the future, just kind of sets them up for failure. It's, you know, it's going to be more expensive down the road. Even if it's a little bit more expensive now, it's going to be more expensive down the road to do a retrofit later on.
But short of retrofit, like if you just, put the appliance in now, what would I mean, is this
Yeah,
something
I
that you
don't-
looked
I
at?
don't know the cost. What I
Okay.
can say is that when we look at breach codes, if we want to go above what the state is requiring, we have to do something called a cost effectiveness study.
Hmm.
And then that does look at the cost of whatever measure you're adding to the building code. And it has to be cost effective over the life of that improvement.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, I'd also, before we open up to public questions, I also like to refer people to the agenda item 8.1A, which was added to the agenda last night, which is what I referenced earlier, the 16 pages of the climate action plan, supplemental item overview of the city's climate program and sustainability initiatives and climate action plan update, which refers to this item also. So,
I think that's.
yeah, but we'll
For
get
Shannon.
there. But now we've heard Christine's report, and I'd like to open it up to the audience if they have any questions about this specific part, please. Introduce yourself, although we do know you, but for the record.
Well, good evening, Council. I'm David Muller. I live here in Larkspur Climate Group. And I just want to say, for those of you, it sounds like some of you might not have been all that familiar with MCEP. It is a huge, huge benefit that this exists in Marin County. And I'm in contact with other climate groups throughout the Bay Area. And I know many, many jurisdictions wish that their county had something like MCEP that leverages the resource and knowledge of all the jurisdictions, and especially for smaller jurisdictions that don't have climate staff, on board. So it's just a huge, huge benefit. And of course, Christine's done all this great work, including basically the architect of Larkspur's cap. So huge, huge kudos there. Two other things I'd like to add on this. One, the answer to your question, Gabe, is for new construction, electric is definitely cheaper than gas. And it's really an easy question to answer. And that is, you entirely eliminate all the cost of the gas infrastructure. And that's not only the built infrastructure for the development, but connecting it into the bigger utility system, because there's no longer any subsidies to do that. So just right there, you eliminate a whole energy system. The one comment back, especially for you two, and it's terrific that we have Shannon as Larkspur's rep to MCEP, to have a high-level person in that role. But one flaw, I think, with MCEP is there's really not much transparency for the public. What's going on? There's no two-way engagement. There's no opportunity for, information in or information out. And if that nut could be cracked somehow, I don't necessarily mean inviting the public to come to the meetings and stuff, but it is a shortcoming right now. And it might be that, Shannon, maybe you give a report out to the, as part of the report out time in council meetings, if there's been an MCEP meeting, what's going on there and how does that affect climate work that Larkspur is doing? So
Thank you.
Just kind of a thought.
I meant to mention earlier that all of the members that are on, the representatives are on MCP are all staff. So so the meetings are not open to the
I see.
public.
Yeah. I think that's an excellent suggestion for a lot of things in governance. Is we do a lot of really good work here in Marin County, and we're the model for a lot of places within the state. And I mean, I think of Marin Wildfire is a model for all of the Western United States. And I think the more we can share that, the more we get buy-in and commitment from communities. So I appreciate that. Anyone else in the chambers? No? Anyone online have their hand raised and want to ask a question or comment?
For any raised hands from our Zoom audience members. And there's no public comment.
Okay. Shannon, anything else you want to add before we move to 8.1B? Thank you, Christine.
I also just want to take a moment to add to the chorus of kudos for Christine and the MCEP model. One of the things that you shouldn't take for granted relative to what Marin enjoys versus other regions is that when you look at the sustainability tracker and you look at how each of the jurisdictions are doing and how they're all unique, you're all using the same climate model, right? So all models are approximations. They can be very good approximations, but if we were to go and hire consultants on our own and not share a resource, it might look really different depending on what the model is
Yeah.
on the back end. And that's a huge asset for us to track what we're doing relative to each other.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to bring up that point. So I have a couple of slides that go through our climate action plan, kind of in the buckets of the different areas of it to give a high level overview. And if there's questions for staff that council wants to direct to what we're doing at the city, I'm happy to answer those. If council feels like you've heard enough, I'm happy to also move on to 8.1B, but I think there's a lot of interest in the community of hearing a little bit more about 8.1A.
Yes,
So we can move on to my portion of the presentation.
that'd be great. Is everybody all right with that?
Yes.
Okay, I'm learning a lot. Thank you very much. Because this has
I've learned
not
a
been
lot.
my, background. And I tell you, every time David Mueller gets up there, I learn something new. So, and I've told you that before. I had no idea I needed to turn my fan on over my stovetop until you told me that. So I appreciate it.
So I'll just go through, and again, feel free to interject. I'm going to give a high level overview of the different portions of our climate action plan, where we are with them, where staff has tracked them since its adoption in 2021. So the first portion is low carbon transportation. The city has primarily focused on community outreach and gradual electrification of our small fleet, including providing 2 electric cars for staff. I was changing this presentation to respond to public comment up until the last minute. So if there are a couple of typos, please excuse them. For staff to use during work hours. Also for our public works maintenance fleet, we are looking at 2 of our vehicles are at end of life, and we are looking at replacing those with fully electric vehicles. So we're
Sharon,
yeah.
other than law enforcement and fire, which we keep separate, how many actual vehicles do we have in a fleet? I mean, I know it's mostly pickup trucks for public works. I don't need the exact number, but
We own 7 pickup trucks. Those are the ones you would be looking at to replace.
okay.
We own 3 flatbed trucks. They're almost never used. They are not electric options for those trucks at this time. We own 1 ATV vehicle. It's used so infrequently, there'd be more of a carbon footprint to replace it than to
Okay.
to electrify that particular piece right now, but when it reaches end of life.
And we do have vehicles for public works that are the inspectors
So
or
those are electric.
Yeah,
all electric.
those are
Okay.
the 2 electric vehicles we have.
I was reading that table this morning. That's why I remember what it says.
Well, I think it's just information that we don't have a lot of vehicles that for in our city fleet. We do have police
Well,
officer vehicles, but
And the other thing I've talked with some of you offline about, we have typically driven a pickup truck for 20 to 25 years before we replace it. So replacing it to electrify it means no longer following that pattern because most of our current pickup trucks are not at end of life and probably have another 15 to 20 years at our usage levels in them. So a decision to electrify them is accelerating a very slow depreciation replacement program.
okay, thank you.
Yeah, another point that's in the climate action plan that Larkspur, the way our fleet is relative to especially law enforcement fleets, we don't have a lot of vehicles that idle. That can be a huge source of emissions. They're very short trips. They idle rarely, if ever. So that we don't get emissions from that. Also in low carbon transportation, the city has participated in regional e-bike shares through the Redwood Bike Share program. And city is researching options for increased opportunity for staff and public electric vehicle charging. The second bucket is renewable energy and electrification. The city is an MCE deep green customer. We promote MCE rebates in our communications. And staff is researching incorporation of solar power, battery storage at city facilities, and as new projects come online. Energy efficiency, 50% of the new library building will be completed with a high Eldelbo finish to improve heat reflexivity on the parking lot. And we're monitoring other projects of this nature in neighboring communities and looking for opportunities in Larkspur. We adopted the Cal Green 2022 building code standards into our municipal code. I will say, and this speaks to some of the public feedback, the city could adopt more ambitious additions to our municipal code in this area to strengthen some of the goals in our climate action plan.
What would be an example of that?
Yeah, I'll get to that. It's actually,
Okay.
staff has put together a preliminary work plan for the council to consider. We brought a while ago an all-electric ordinance for the council for
Right.
consideration. We didn't adopt it. The Ninth Circuit Court subsequently invalidated
Right.
all electric codes as they existed. A number of our neighbors have brought, particularly San Rafael, have brought their own reach codes that their city attorney and their council believes is within compliance of what the Ninth Circuit decision was, and opts more for a incentive model and a model to educate at the counter and as projects come through versus a mandate. So that would be something we can do. And then Christine alluded to in her presentation, we're up for another code cycle. So we can look at what the code cycle is, how ambitious this next code cycle is, and what we would incorporate by reference versus what we might want to be a little bit more ambitious in our code and go above and beyond. That's an ongoing conversation based on as we analyze that code cycle though. For waste reduction, the city regularly works with our waste hauler to meet increased waste reduction requirements and mandates. We just had a presentation from Marin Sanitary that covered some of that at a very high level. We could bring that as a standalone presentation around what we do for waste reduction and some of the compliance we have for a law called SB 1383 that requires a lot of organic waste reduction on the city's part. For water conservation, the city works with the water district and regional agencies to promote water conservation. Under sequestration adaptation, the city has done the least in this regard if you go through line item by line item on some of the recommendations in the climate action plan in regard to formal carbon sequestration programs or the purchase of carbon offsets. We haven't brought to council anything for consideration on carbon offsets as part of our climate strategy, what kind of offsets we'd want to purchase, how we'd calculate them, and how we'd want to use our limited funds in our budget on offsets or formal sequestration versus some of these other items or other priorities in the city. And then most of our formal adaptation efforts are currently accomplished through regional efforts, but there's what adaptation is referred to in our climate action plan, and then also what a number of different adaptation initiatives happen across the city that are outside of this plan. So an example of that is when we do controlled burns to adapt to our more fiery future, that's adaptation. That's climate adaptation right there. When you harden your home, that's climate adaptation. When we improve our storm drains to deal with increased flooding and increased rainfall, that's climate adaptation. That lives outside of the plan and is accomplishing different goals, but that's all climate adaptation. We're already adapting. Every time you put in AC into your home to deal with heat waves, et cetera, it's all climate adaptation. The last one is community engagement. Larkspur regularly incorporates sustainability and climate educational materials into city communications. We have a really robust city e-newsletter. It reaches about 5,000 to 6,000 subscribed members. Our open rate is between 50 and 60%, which is very good for an e-newsletter. Typical e-newsletters in this area, you get closer to around a 20 to 40% open rate. So we have a very engaged community. They actually read the newsletter. The other most robust communications platform we have is our Instagram account, which is give or take 2,000 folks who follow our Instagram page. The city could incorporate more high-touch outreach in its climate communications and use more creative strategies to engage the public. One of the line items is to run contests, run prizes, et cetera. We've done none of that. In my previous life, I was a communications consultant for a firm that worked with government. My counterpart is now a government relations person for Disneyland, and I ended up being an assistant city manager. So I'm not the person who's going to be coming up with prizes and games, et cetera. However, we do have great community services department, our rec department, and our library. I think we could really leverage staff in those areas to create climate programs that are offered to the community free of charge or at a very low cost charge. And then implementation and monitoring. So staff has internally implemented and monitored the climate action plan. I think this is the one where part of the reason for this presentation tonight, there's the most room for improvement in terms of regular updates to the plan and presentations to the community. It's a lot of what we'll be talking about in 8.1B. So I'd say in terms of, as we're working through our plan, where the weakest links would be, aside from if the council wants to look at formal sequestration or offsets, as well as more formal updates to the community, specifically spelling out what we do. Those are really the immediate room for improvement in terms of where we are in the plan. So that's all I have for slides. I'm happy to answer any questions council might have, but I don't have a longer presentation.
I thank you for that. And I think we will have some questions. I think 8 is something we always struggle with in local governance. Is we know we do a lot of really good work and our staff does. It's getting it out there and letting people know and letting them understand is always a work in progress. Communication has been something I think every council and every government tries to work on how to effectively do that. And I appreciate that that's an implementation plan that we need to work on too. I think we all benefit from learning these things. I learn something new every time we have this conversation of what I can do better. And I'm pretty engaged. If we get more ability to educate our community, we'll get even higher engagement. So let's return to the council. Any questions on Assistant City Manager Shannon O'Hare's 8 components? No?
Yeah, I had a quick
Gabe.
question. So Shannon, can you say a little bit more about the offsets? I mean, that's something I use, like it's about $10 per metric ton. So every time I fly to Ireland.
You're using it for air travel?
And I feel
Yeah.
guilty, I offset it entirely. So in principle, if Larkspur wanted to be 0 carbon footprint in principle, I think we could plunk $600,000 and that would offset our 60,000 metric tons that we produce. So, I mean, I'm not proposing that, but I'm just saying, yeah, gulp. But what sort of path could we walk down, in that direction? Or is there, ways, partnerships, am I missing something here?
Yeah, as a Shannon O'Hare who also feels very guilty about her air travel and all the ice I melt going to Ireland. I hear you. So you can purchase offsets for air travel. One of the things that's actually suggested is that you can purchase offsets for either air or vehicle travel for staff that travels around as course of business. We don't do a lot of traveling, especially air travel on our staff. In terms of, I don't want to say the minutia, but in terms of where offsets are at as a strategy, I know it was actually when I was in Sacramento that Governor Schwarzenegger at the time was very interested in purchasing offsets for high carbon activities. There's a lot of debate on how effective those offsets are, both in terms of if the offsets are actually happening, right? If you click on that for $20, like, are they being purchased where? And then, when we get into the specifics of climate modeling, there's a lot of different opinions about, absent of some kind of technological breakthrough that would just sequester things directly from the air, right? We'd be able to measure it. Forests can look very different, right? Like, is there a healthy forest that's an ancient rainforest? And what is that sequestering for carbon versus if you plant a bunch of pine, right? Like, how do you measure that? Staff could certainly look at and speak with our neighbors about folks who've done this. If there was a program to purchase where not necessarily for something you'd add on and have someone else do it for air travel, but if we wanted to purchase X amount of offsets for X amount of carbon, what are some of the more well-respected packages in the space and where that strategy is at the moment? We really haven't looked at it.
Okay.
Most of what I've looked at it is passively in my non-work life.
Okay. And just one more, back to the question to Christine about trees. So, my recollection is a tree collects, I think I wrote it down, about 50 trees is about a metric ton a year. Is there any, with Marin wildfire and stuff, as we take out dead vegetation, replanting? I mean, is there anything? And I know in our jurisdiction, I'm probably going beyond what Larkspur does, but we're a member of that JPA, and we do have open space, including the library and Piper Park. I mean, is there any room for, sequestration through, any vegetation projects?
There is, of course, always some room. One thing to keep in mind is some of our prime sites to do plantings are on landfill with high water tables. And so we find that a lot of trees that would be ideal to plant here die because of the root systems not being able to survive. So we're kind of in a constant challenge. One of our better opportunities for carbon sequestration was, and hopefully will again be, the final conversion of the old dog park back to wetlands. When you convert to wetlands, you're also kept offsetting carbon. That project had to be stopped because, again, that property's on landfill, and there used to be the dump there, and we discovered the dog park was a little closer to the garbage than we realized. So we had to stop, and we're working with the agencies now to figure out the solution to that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions of Shannon's presentation? Sure. And then Stephanie's going to go, and then Scott, if you're interested, just raise your hand. Okay.
None for me, thanks.
All right.
Great. Well, thank you, Shannon, for the presentation and also for putting together that supplemental table that you sent around on the on what we've done to date on the climate action plan. And, you know, I have a few comments. One, with respect to the reporting, I know this is the first time we're doing a reporting on the climate action plan. I mean, for me, it's helpful. I'm a very data-driven person, so I like to see, you know, where we're at. Like, you know, ideally, we get a bar that says, you know, we're 30% of the way there, we're 45% of the way there. And so when I look at the supplemental table, what's helpful to me, in addition to the verbal or the written comments, would be, you know, we've done 7 out of 49 of the near term items. We've done 10 out of 50 of the medium term, and we have percentages. I mean, I think, you know, it's helpful to have the numerator and the denominator, because we may at some point decide that we're going to move this from medium term to near term or whatever. So it would be helpful just to get a little snapshot of where we're at, and that way we can compare how we're doing year to year. Like next year, when we're looking at this same table, we can figure out, okay, well, we made some progress on these items. But there's still work to be done. I think overall, you know, as we're embarking on this, what I'd like to get is just a real accurate picture of where we're at with respect to climate, and to see, you know, that's our starting point, and then we can find a plan to figure out, you know, how do we implement, you know, all these other things. There are a number of items, you know, in the actual climate action plan that I'm interested in, not in addition to the EV. The fleets, but I'm also interested in all the other equipment that Public Works uses: leaf blowers, lawn mowers, weed whackers. I mean, I was at Piper. I've been at Piper every single morning this week, and there's work being done by Public Works, which is great. But every single piece of equipment is gas powered. So, you know, it would be great if we could also look at, you know, electrifying, you know, what the city uses.
Just to
Sorry.
clarify, we've electrified all leaf blowers for the city and similar equipment. Where we haven't electrified are things like riding mowers.
Yes.
Because we looked at that, and the number of trips back to the yard to recharge were going to be too high. We're waiting for the equipment to improve before we
Yeah.
make that investment.
Yeah.
But
But
that's the
just
sort
things,
of.
yeah, but things that
helps.
we want to be tracking, I guess, is what I'm saying is, you know, let's track this so that next year when we're looking at it, we can say, okay, we made, you know, some progress, and we're keeping up, you know, with the technology, because the technology is changing as well. And the last, you know, big part of it is the building code. So I guess, you know, overall, when I read the climate action plan, I think we've made good progress. I think we've adopted the green building code. We've adopted a lot of things that, you know, bring the county-wide and joining MCE, and we've done a lot of things that, you know, our regional partners have to line up with our regional partners. But what I'm really interested in is going beyond that to where, you know, here, Christine didn't talk about it, but, you know, there is the EV acceleration plan, there is the building electrification plan, there are building reach codes, some of the things that you touched upon. It's, you know, rather than doing just I don't want to call it the minimum, but kind of doing what our peers are doing, I'd like to see Larkspur, you know, that we, for all the stuff that we have discretionary decision-making over, that we start to, you know, move our city, but also our residents towards, you know, electrification. I mean, the Bay Area air quality management thing, they are going to phase out hot water heaters and furnaces in 2027 and 2029. But what can we do now to help our residents understand that that's coming? And if you have a furnace or hot water heater that breaks, that it might be best for you to replace it with an electric appliance. I mean, some of that is educational, but maybe there are ways we can design our permit program or the fees or anyways. These are things that I like to explore in terms of, how can we get our residents, one, up to speed and educated on what's coming, and two, incentivize people. If we can't mandate it, how can we incentivize people to choose, electric appliances over gas?
And I think that's some good points that we can probably elaborate on when we get to B, which is looking at the opportunity if we decide to have an advisory group that would help work on that.
Okay,
So,
perfect.
yeah.
Great. And then, and
Any
yeah.
more?
Nope, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, so we are almost done with this subject of 8.1A. Is there anyone in the audience who has a question about 8.1A who would like to make a comment or a question? Yes, Mr. Mahler.
Well, David Mahler, Larkspur Climate Group. So, I think it's fair to say Larkspur has a very strong cap, very strong document. Very much thanks to Christine, the staff, and all the community input that went into that. And it's absolutely great that we finally have a council meeting focused on how we doing on the cap. It's been 3.5 years since it was adopted. And as Shannon went over, Larkspur has implemented many of the items on the cap, no question about that. But there are about 140 items on there. And if you actually do an analysis of the status, the table that was put out, we're, based on my assessment anyway, looking at the staff report of where each item is, only about half of those items out of the 140, maybe less than half, are actually what you'd say is on track. Others should have been done earlier, they haven't been started, or they're only partway done, they're not complete, they're not on track. And so while we want to say, yeah, progress is being made, we could be doing a lot better on that. So given that situation, what we would like to see as the Larkspur Climate Group is a greater focus on climate as a regular item here at the council. And including a status report that is easy, that's not 16 pages long in microprint, but is more like what we who have project management backgrounds call a dashboard, like a one-page thing, kind of what Stephanie was talking about, that anybody could look at and maybe use like that green, yellow, red. Things are on track are green, things that need some more looking at are yellow, more attention. Things that are not on track are on red. And what the council should be looking at and staff is not the items that are on track, it's the ones that aren't on track. That's what we need to be bringing up and increasing our focus. So I'd like to also just reflect the comment I think Stephanie made about how can Larkspur not only adopt the EV acceleration strategy, and many jurisdictions have, and the building electrification roadmap, but then incorporate those updated and in some cases increased action recommendations as an addendum to Larkspur's cap. A lot of work went into those documents. They all were after Larkspur adopted its cap. We need to update our cap to grab onto those recommendations. So bottom line, many Larkspur residents are very concerned about climate, and we're just delighted to see it here at the council meeting, and we're really looking to the council to grab hold of this and keep driving it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, David. And I'd refer the community to the public comment that was written and submitted, and it's also on our agenda item that refers to many of the items that Mr. Mahler just discussed, and you can review it also. And it's available for, your analysis is available for people to read too. So I did see your most recent one, which I think you at 4:34 p.m. this afternoon. So thank you very much. I think you've given some really good suggestions for us that we need to decide how we're going to move forward with that. And then lastly, David, I always want to say I really appreciate the professionalism of your emails, and the tone is always not only professional, but it is respectful, which I always learn something from what your emails are. And we often, as council members, will get emails that are a little dismissive, sometimes derogatory, and sometimes are I want to say not respectful to our staff. And it's distressing when we see those. And I think we can do better as a community. And I think you're the model of respectful advocacy, which I really would like to encourage. So those of you who are listening online and want to read some really good advocacy emails, see what Mr. Mueller has done. All right, so thank you. No one else in the audience. I see one hand. We will do a public comment on item 8.1A, please. Or yeah, we're almost to B.
Okay, caller, you may do your public.
James Holmes, Larkspur. James Holmes, Larkspur.
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
3 points. Yes, some of the bloom may be off the electrification rows now that we know how batteries like lithium and solar create major toxic cleanup problems when they burn. Another reason why we might want to go a bit slowly is because some of the economics of electrification may change as a result of the federal changes and that some of the much bruited incentives may go away. And third, I would like to emphasize one particular aspect of the climate plan, which I do believe needs particular attention, and it has to do with trees, which I think there's been a comment or two relating already. It's in the sequestration and adaptation chapter, specifically SA-C1 Urban Forest, page 36, items C and D, and those items say that the city should minimize removal of large heritage trees and require planting of replacement trees and/or fees to support mitigation planting in Larkspur parks and open space. And then most importantly, I think item D says require that the site planning, construction, and maintenance of new development preserve existing healthy trees and native vegetation on site to the maximum extent possible, and replace trees and vegetation not able to be saved. I think that needs to be emphasized to the Community Development Department and the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Those were comments that I think are relevant to a lot of the aspects that we've talked about. I see no other hands raised, so I'm going to close this item unless there's anything else you want to add. Shannon? Nope.
Let's move on.
Okay, great. We have now moving on to business item 8.1B, which is a continued discussion regarding the formation of an advisory body or alternative engagement models for issues related to climate and environment. Thank you very much, Christine, for being here. This is a conversation that we've had for a while, which is the opportunity to have a community members weigh in on helping us continue to advance our climate goals.
Yep. So we originally brought the item at the October 16th, 2024 meeting. We decided to continue the discussion. We have a new council member joining us. We have members of the community who become aware of this issue and provided additional input, and staff's done some additional research based on the comments that the council and the community provided at that meeting. So I will just give a high-level overview for anyone who might be new to us. Climate and environment are the major issues of the 21st century. It may look like a pretty rosy picture based on the gains we've made, and we should be proud of that. Globally, it's horrifying where we are versus where we could be in terms of the climate and the issues we will be dealing with as a result of climate change and global warming. The Larkspur community cares about the environment and limiting climate change. And many Marin cities and towns have established advisory bodies related to sustainability, climate, and environment. At the October meeting, particularly, specifically, staff was asked to look at different advisory body models. This one, this presentation will focus on 3 different paths the council could go that all enhance community engagement, staff accountability about where we are with our climate action plan, and which one of those you might want to adopt. So I'm going to actually have two things to consider. I alluded to some things I'd be talking about based on a lot of the public comment we received. We had the council retreat on Saturday, as well as discussions with staff. I would like the council, I will present a proposed staff work plan that will serve as the basis of any of these models that we choose to provide as the jump off point, to provide a little bit better context when we talk about what does a committee look like? What would a public workshop look like? What would a liaison model look like for things that staff has identified as work items for the next for calendar year 2025. And then I'll go into the potential models for increased community engagement. So I've come up with five items to be our immediate, climate and CIP related work items. So one is, it's pretty clear that we should provide formal annual climate action plan update documents to the council and the community. That would incorporate some of what Councilmember Andre was referring to in terms of, could we get some tables? Could we get some progress reports that incorporate some easy to digest metrics? Could we see year over year what we've accomplished, what we haven't accomplished, if we've decided to table anything for this foreseeable future, that's immediately available for folks to look at. I spoke with Christine, who was here earlier, and she's willing to provide a formal climate action plan update document with her analysis that we could present to the council and the community every year. That'll be shorter than our full climate action plan. It would be much more like a digest and where we are year over year, but to just adopt that as a formal document every year.
So Shannon, let me just step back for a second. Christine was talking about getting the 2023 information available. So this information that would be available to provide on an update would actually be a year, 18 months, 2 years behind in data, or how would that work?
So I've just proposed this. I'll need to talk with Christine more, but this would be much more focused on what we have been doing as staff versus some of what she was talking about was actually the data for the GHG inventory and some of those metrics. So that lags, so you can fully digest that data, see what it is, and then do the analysis. This would much more be about
granular.
what we as staff are doing, which we can get in pretty real time relative to a 2-year lag.
Okay, so more granular for exactly what we're doing, our staff here, not the whole aggregate of what all the other agencies are doing.
I did just want to add, I think what Ms. O'Rourke said was in a couple of months, she'll have 24 data. So I think we would plan these updates so they come out after the most recent year has become available. So,
And we know that usually occurs in spring, or just depends.
well, I took as an inference from her comments that it sounds like it probably comes out after the end of the first quarter of a calendar year. So that would be perfect because she could bring the update before you really are deep into your budget process. And would allow you to incorporate your thoughts on implementation of the cap into your budget discussion.
Okay.
Yeah, so it may move a little bit if we wanted those two things tied together, but when we discussed this, we talked about maybe April of each year. So you'd be after the mid-year budget to get an idea of where our budget is at and any challenges we might have or any surplus pots of money that we might want to invest in climate, and have it well ahead of when we adopt the fiscal year budget.
Okay, good.
And then I have to give credit to our Public Works Director, Julian Skinner, for this addition. To add a capital improvement project for Larkspur sustainability investment. Those scare quotes aren't sarcasm. This is just the working title. The structure would be similar to how we show our miscellaneous ADA projects in our CIP. It would show monies and efforts being spent on sustainability. We would need to bring an item to the council for discussion to determine what the definition of sustainability is before we add it to the CIP and staff just starts putting projects into that. That would be its own standalone item. But there are other communities that do similar things that would be very achievable for us. And again, that would kind of show where we are with our plan and how we're spending the money. The third thing would be to develop a formal climate communications plan for the city. I think about 5 years ago now, I did a general communications plan for the city. A lot of both what the feedback was in terms of what we could do better for outreach, as well as a lot of the action items that are very achievable for the city are in communications. So I think we bring a standalone climate communications plan that'll be give or take probably like a 10-page document for the council to review and choose to receive or discuss in terms of what our plans would be to best share climate information and engage our
Yeah, and
residents.
you know, Shannon, I mean, I was here when we really looked at deep dive into how well we communicate, and we have improved that opportunity to interface with the community remarkably since when I started this. Thank you to your work. But I mean, we have a nice social media page. We have a website that's updated. Piggybacking on that, in the structure you've already created, I think would really enhance it. I mean, I like that number 3 I mean, it could just be a standard item in every communication that we have. We could add some type of climate or resiliency update or suggestion of attending, you know, a function.
Is there
Go ahead.
another question from the council?
Sarah looks like she has one.
No, I'm agreeing. I'm thinking about what you're saying. I don't have a question right now.
Keep going.
One of the things MCEP provides us as well that wasn't mentioned in the presentation is monthly, Christine and the executive committee share like every rebate, every workshop, et cetera, that might be relevant to the whole region and sends it out to all of the members to distribute into whatever communications we might have. I'd say now about 1/4 to half. I think our last city manager e-newsletter, about half of it is climate, climate and sustainability, whether that's initiatives, whether that's workshops or just information sharing. She mentioned the electrification roadmap presentation and proposed adoption, you know, for the council to receive it. We'll calendar that for the March 5th, 2025 meeting. That's doable. We have that essentially in the can. We were planning to bring it to council when we had a lighter agenda, so we'd be able to fully discuss it. And then research and present electrification reach code flex path for the city municipal code. That's what I referred to the path San Rafael took in terms of incentivizing remodels, new building projects to really move towards electrification that's above and beyond the state green codes. That's much more of an incentive education, you know, goodie bag model, the carrot versus the stick. That will require a fair amount of work with the community development department. I'll have to work with the building department. We'll have to work with the city attorney's office to bring that. So that's a heavier lift, but I also think that's achievable to at least do a status update, right?
Yeah, and I think that's for the community who's been asking a lot for that and been very patient as we've really worked through getting our general plan update approved, getting our housing element approved by the state. That's been years in the making and a lot of time of our community development staff to do and complete all of that work. And we signed off on it last year, at the end of last year, which is fantastic. Not that they don't have other work to do, but I mean, those are enormous projects that were underway for the last 4 to 8 years. And we're set. They're in the can now for a couple of years. So this is good timing.
Yeah, so it was discussed earlier that MCEP is a closed group for staff to share amongst each other and that there might be some room to share with the community. One of the reasons why that's a meeting that's not open to the public is so that we can speak. It's more of a working group, so we can talk about what works, what doesn't, et cetera, among staff. It's hard to overstate how bummed out everyone was when the Ninth Circuit Court essentially invalidated all electric ordinances, and there might have been some strong language thrown around. It was a huge setback in terms of what we thought we might be able to achieve.
Yeah.
You know, versus.
And who knows what'll happen in the next several years.
I'm not going there tonight.
I know. Throwing out everything.
So I think regardless of whatever model we take, I think that might be that's what staff's come up as a starting point. We can certainly add to that. You know, discussing with council, discussing with what the community, with what we're interested in. But I think those are no-brainers that are all very achievable in terms of our workload and integrating with our climate action plan. So this was also in the last presentation, but again, for anyone who's new who might be joining us, we're a small city. We have limited staff resources. Many city efforts we do with our community partners and as a region. Historically, our sustainability was actually under purview of what was then the planning and building department. And in 2021, when we adopted the climate action plan, and we knew that we'd have all of these items coming before the council and the community, we moved that into administration and elevated the role of the staff member assigned to MCEP to be a management level role in order to increase coordination amongst all the departments in achieving the items in our climate action plan. So there's 3 options for the council to consider this evening. They're the same options that were in the written staff report.
Wait, hang on, Shannon. Before she goes to our options, any questions on those 8 items from council? Scott, any question? Oh, looks like he's got his tea. Okay, I just want to, it's you're a fast talker, Shannon. I hear you, but I want to make sure if there's any questions, because I sort of interrupted a few of them, but I have one question on some of the report outs, like on our CIP. Would that include also estimated costs for some of these measures? Either costs that it will cost us or cost savings that we've been able to do, or is that a little bit too granular?
I think what Mr. Skinner, who is on, I should say, he and Elise Simonian are both, they're available to us online
I saw her
tonight.
name up there.
As an aside, as many of you know, there's a lot of illnesses ripping through our community, and unfortunately our staff's not immune to that. So thank you to everyone who's participating online for us tonight. I think what we were intending there is one of the comments we've heard is we're not showing what we're spending.
Yeah.
And we are spending money fairly consistently on the cap. And so putting a CIP item together is just a place for those projects to be enumerated. A lot of those projects we've been doing under the general fund. And so they don't have a place in the budget process to have a spotlight put on them. And so putting in the CIP is a way some of the other communities are making sure the public's aware of those specific expenditures.
Great. Okay. Thank you.
So we have 3, I'll go through each one, but we just have 3 options to consider this evening. One would be quarterly updates and a council liaison, and using that model. That's currently what San Rafael uses. There's the public workshop model that can either be as a business item before the city council, or it could be a standalone public workshop, or a formal sustainability advisory committee, either in the form of a committee or a commission. So I'll go a little bit more in depth of the quarterly update council liaison model and what I've heard from San Rafael in terms of their experience with it, the pros and cons, and how it might work for Larkspur as far as boots on the ground. So in San Rafael, it was developed in the early 2010s, so they've had it for a long time. There's a lot of history there. The liaison is a city council assignment, so it's assigned to the city to a council member. Meetings are held quarterly with the council liaison, staff, and interested community members in attendance. The liaison meets with the designated staff member the month before the quarterly meetings to develop the agenda, as well as staff also contacts community groups, notably Sustainable San Rafael in San Rafael, to inquire if there are any agenda items, presentations, or area of interest to the community to add to that quarterly agenda. Meetings frequently feature guest speakers from partner agencies and members of the community. So it's not only staff and the council liaison working through the climate action plan document or a city project. It's also an opportunity for activated of the members of the community to share with each other what they're doing, what they might be doing in their businesses or doing in their home in terms of electrifying their home, et cetera. So it really is an information sharing forum. And then meeting agendas generally focus on options for staff to research and community collaboration, not budget. And climate and sustainability initiatives go before the council on an as needed basis. Both of those got cut off, but it's not, there's no follow-up meeting to the council based on these quarterly meetings. The meetings then don't follow a council agenda item one-to-one. These quarterly meetings live on their own as a way to update the community and work through the council liaison. And then when there's a project that comes before the council, either as a business item or as a budget item, it goes to the council.
So we don't have a current assignment of this nature now, or in my experience, we haven't had a similar liaison model similar to this for council members.
It's been on an issue by issue basis, right?
Yeah.
So you have a liaison or actually representative to MCE.
Right.
If on some of the ad hoc committees or the standing committees related to sea level rise, you assign a council member, but there's nothing that's an assignment for city climate and sustainability efforts.
And this wouldn't be a Brown Act committee. I mean, if there's only one council member.
I'll get to that. So
Okay.
one of the it's up to the council to determine, but one of the benefits of this model, and even more so, I'd say for the community members than the council, is that there aren't the same Brown Act considerations in terms of
Restricting.
decisions you can make, information you can share, et cetera, which particularly for members of the community who might sit on boards of nonprofits,
Yeah.
who might talk to other cities or serve on their own commissions if they're from a neighboring community. You can, in terms of setting an agenda item or speaking with something that wasn't agendized that you'd want to talk about in front of a larger group, you just have less restrictions and considerations of either Brown Act violations or perceived Brown Act violations, which can be, just as damaging to reputation as actual letter of the law Brown Act violations.
So would we consider this structure to be similar to, let's say, an advisory, like our tax measures D tax
So-
advisory committee, that we solicit applications for individuals who would serve on this? Or is it open to anyone? Or do we know how San Rafael has the members of this committee?
So it's not a committee. So
Oh.
it's community members who can participate in the meetings.
To liaison with.
Yeah,
the-
and
with
it's
the-
longstanding. This was in the early 2010, so I don't know if it would be structured this way now. One of the things is there's not budget considerations here for our tax committee. Like we're actually.
Oh,
you can
yeah,
speak-
looking at
the city
money,
manager
yeah.
can speak more to it, but it's much more around staff's proposal for sunshining, how we spend money that we've committed for certain projects when we went to the taxpayers
Yes.
asking for an increase. And how staff would spend, how staff would spend.
So Shannon, is it like our Twin Cities Disaster Preparedness Committee, like, a liaison from the council, regular meetings, no Brown Act?
And a staff member occasionally.
I think it's even less structured
Yeah.
than that committee.
Yeah.
And I was just going to chime in because I remember listening to a presentation from the city manager in the early 2010s about this process, not for this topic, but he was an advocate for doing this for a lot of topics for this very reason. It's not, when we say Brown Act, I think some people get nervous that we're trying to take it out of the spotlight. That's not the goal with this model. He was trying to get over the problem that so many of the people that were interested in some of these topics are on multiple boards, as Shannon said, or they want to be able to have a coffee with
It constrains it.
6 people, and they can't all do that if they're on a Brown Act assignment, and they, because they might represent a quorum of the committee. And so they started doing these types of meetings actually for several different issues that they wanted to be able to take public input in a fashion that was a little more town hall oriented.
The other thing that's in terms of structure and calendaring is it also, you need a quorum to hold a meeting if you have a structured committee.
Right.
So if people are traveling or if they have other things they need to do, folks that might have really busy calendars and can't make every meeting but are really engaged, you can hold the meeting without worrying about a quorum for folks who might be interested in something akin to a committee assignment.
Can I ask a question? It seems like this type of structure, though, lends itself more to the, staff. Meeting agendas generally focus on options for staff research and community collaboration. Like, how does San Rafael actually implement CAP items? Like, that's kind of really what I'm interested in, is which body actually researches, deliberates, figures out, this is part of the REACH code that you should adopt and not adopt. And that's kind of really what I'm interested in. Like, is that this body, or how do they actually discuss, specific action items and then bring it to council to make a recommendation that, we like this package of REACH code versus this other package, is that this
Yeah.
body that does that, or is that a different process?
That's a really good question. So when I brought this in the kind of structure of it, I didn't mean to say that they weren't doing a lot of very nerdy climate work and where things are. It's more of just the role the community can play in the meeting versus if you're before an advisory body speaking as a member of the public. That's what that was trying to capture. Not that these meetings are everyone hanging out who loves climate talking about best practices and swapping ideas. Like, these are very much working meetings that structure around the climate action plan and sustainability initiatives.
Shannon, I have a question. It's a little bit off the deep end maybe, but I'm curious how much staff time something like this takes, and if you can go through the different models, only because before the meeting today, we had some extremely qualified people talking about aging in our community. And my initial thought was, why don't we form something like this for aging in Larkspur as opposed to just having it at the county level? And I thought, well, I don't know how much staff time that's going to take, and that's a bigger conversation. And if it feels almost like if we do this for this issue, can we do it for other issues? Can we do it for every issue we want? And if not, do we need to have a conversation saying, hey, listen, we have enough staff to have 3 committees. What 3 issues do we think are the most important for Larkspur that we want to dive into before actually doing this for one of them? And that was a really long question, and I apologize, but did that make any sense to you?
Made a lot of sense to me. I'm going to let the city manager answer the question.
Okay.
Again, reflecting back to when I first remember Sandra Fell sort of talking about using this process for issues, Scott, I think what they've tried to do is always have the staff liaison be a high enough person in the organization to have a sense of what the impact would be for recommendations that come out of this process in terms of staff resources. So I think, for example, if I recall from this particular group, a fairly high-ranking manager who specializes in climate issues, it's the staff person to this meeting. So he's there able to assess the practical realities of implementing some of the things that the community may be enthusiastic about. I don't know the specifics of San Rafael and their reach codes, but I've talked enough with the communities over the last couple of years about the electrification ordinances to know that I think we would all do that over again with more building official committee meetings without anybody else there first, so that the practical realities could have been solved. Because I think, unfortunately, sometimes when we assign citizen groups to work on something before the people have to be the regulators have talked about it, then we end up with codes that they can't actually implement. So I know now the building officials are trying to go back and say, okay, we see the goal, but this language doesn't work. And it's always better if that ordinance has language in it that from day one, the practitioner said they could do. And I think, so I would suspect, just having worked closely with San Rafael so much over the years, one of their goals is to take this type of feedback and take it back to staff, put it into language that they can actually regulate or implement, and then percolate it up through whichever commission or body is the appropriate one.
But Dan, if I could just follow up real quick, the heart of my question is really, do we have the limited resources about the number of issues that we can form these type of liaison councils or whichever choice we choose? If we choose one of these choices, do we have a limited, we can say, hey, with our current staff, we can't do this for 10 issues. We can pick our favorite 3. And maybe, climate is one of them, or, reach codes or whatever we choose. Or can we do as many as we want? Because my only thought is I'm thinking, do we want to have a conversation as a council about, hey, what are our priorities? And is this one that we really want to do this type of program for? If it means excluding other programs that we haven't considered yet. And I apologize if this was talked about Saturday as our priorities, because I was sick, I couldn't be there. But I'm just trying to from getting into a situation where we preclude ourselves from dealing with another issue in this way because we don't have the resources we spent it on this issue.
Oh, I get it, Scott, and I really appreciate how you recognize, and we need to continue as a council to recognize we're a very small city with a very small staff with limited capacity for many things, which is the opportunity to be collaborative with some of these regional partners, which we had 2 presentations tonight. And to your point, Scott, I think that's what us as policymakers have to decide, which policies are the ones most pressing to the community personally and for the long-term viability for a community. And those will be challenging questions as the needs get higher and higher and our resources are limited and our staff's capacity is limited as they are required to do more and more and more from regional responsibilities and state imposed responsibilities. So I'd like to keep that open because I think we have an opportunity to do a whole bunch of small committees. But I know environmental and our sustainability has been a passionate issue for a lot of council members and a lot of community members for a while. Seeing that we're working on this one, I feel confident we can manage this one. But I'm also interested in some other ones too, that we're gonna have to have a robust debate about.
So I know the city manager is going to
Yeah.
jump in on this, but I do want to say one of the things that makes this a successful model is that there's a guiding document, the climate action plan, that it's more or less centered around. As well as there's MCEP, other support.
resources.
There's a lot of support and resources in this area for information sharing that staff can go to. I have 11 people I can call that'll return my call within a business day for where they're at, for and people who will meet with me and discuss longer term items, even one-on-one. I don't want to pontificate about what other committee assignments might be, but I don't know if there's necessarily that infrastructure for every issue that we might like to address as a community. It's there for climate.
Yeah, but it's a good question, Scott, and that's one of our policy responsibilities is to recognize we have a fiduciary responsibility to spend the taxpayers' money to the best of our ability and be responsible also for making sure our staff we have capable staff and they have the support and the resources to do these things that the community wants. Okay, we moving on? Are you going to say something?
I was just gonna say, I think part of the answer, regardless of your decision tonight, but I think part of the answer for when you want to assign both staff resources and or a structure and commitment from the city has a lot to do with whether we've reached a point of critical engagement and critical mass with respect to interest from the community. You can do a lot of sort of one-off town hall type meetings to gauge how interested the public is. But this model, I don't think San Rafael commits to, and I don't think we would propose you commit it to an issue till you're sure there's enough interest in the community to be consistently engaged with it, right? So one of the hard things is until we build that list, it's hard to know, but I think we should recognize with this particular issue, we've reached a point where there's a sufficient interest in the community to be more engaged with the council. And it's picking the vehicle that you feel is the best vehicle to have an engagement that works for everybody.
Keep going, Shannon.
Okay.
So we're on council liaison.
Right, so the council liaison model, so we talked about members of the community. The additional thing is it also avoids Brown Act conflicts for members of the council. At one point, San Rafael, there was a lot of interest among the council. There was actually a subcommittee model where 2 council members were assigned to this assignment for the quarterly meetings, and through, I think, attrition, they moved away from that model because there were Brown Act concerns about what you could do in that meeting. And I had, if anyone's interested, there's the description of what the San Rafael Climate Action Quarterly Forums are. A light recommendation staff would have for council to consider if we'd wanted to pursue this model is, given the level of interest in the community and that this is a new program for Larkspur, I think following each one of these quarterly meetings, at the next council meeting, we could agendize, we report out on that meeting and any action items that came out of it as a business item so that the council's in the loop, even though there's a designated liaison and the community's in the loop who may not attend those meetings. So yeah, so I think we went through that. I don't have a lot about the public workshop model for a couple of reasons. It is what it sounds like. It's a public workshop. It could either be standalone or incorporated into a city council meeting as a business item. It does not have the same Brown Act considerations of a committee in terms of public participation or engaged members. it limits what staff can accomplish in a given meeting, right? We have a lot on the agenda, particularly if we have, if we do it at a city council meeting, and then feedback from San Rafael, because they do public workshops for items, et cetera, is that the public workshop model does not have the same level of collaboration as a standing quarterly meeting. It's more of a public workshop, and it's not adversarial in the sense that people are angry, but just the whole structure of it has a different feel and purpose. I would also say, based on the public comments that's received, as well as interest from the community, I don't know if this will cut it for us at this point in terms of just being able, this has been staff's approach, is to incorporate it. And we thought we were doing a pretty good job of incorporating it into items as they come before the council. And I think we might need something a little bit more regular and a little bit more structured. But this model could also work, achievable. And then option 3 is the advisory body model. This is the one that we talked about in pretty great detail at the October meeting. I won't go through all the slides. This was in the written report, but there are a number of different climate action committees, sustainability commissions. Some meet monthly, some meet quarterly, some meet bi-monthly, some designate a student or a youth member. And a few of them share a designated staff member that's a sustainability coordinator or a similar title that's often shared between 2 jurisdictions. I put up here, this is the Corte Madera example, our neighbor, in terms of what their resolution that established the advisory body, what that advisory body considers. Again, it's focused around the climate action plan. It's making recommendation. It's assisting the town with providing communication and being the high touch outreach to the community in a way that staff maybe can't be. And if the town council has any directions, for them to provide recommendations regarding updating the climate action plan. So again, it's very focused around that center document of a climate action plan.
That's very similar to the San Rafael model that you proposed.
But this isn't a committee. This isn't a committee structure. So we'll get to how that looks different in terms of how you conduct business, but in terms of scope of focus, it's pretty similar. So takeaways and staff analysis of just all the models is, we're confident that the council liaison model could be a workable and achievable program. The council liaison model particularly would provide a direct ongoing line of communication with the staff to help provide a work plan through our climate action plan. The community workshop is also a workable option for staff. I think one of the biggest considerations is the Brown Act considerations, as well as the fact that an advisory body, Councilmember Candell asked about staff time, particularly if you move to a monthly advisory body meeting. That is a lot of staff work, just setting up the meeting, publishing the agenda, getting a quorum, and just staffing the meeting every month. That would be a pretty heavy lift for staff relative to some of these other models. So another thing that staff is a soft recommendation for the council to consider is if there's really interest in an advisory body, that we might want to explore any interest among the council in forming a joint advisory body with a neighboring agency to share staffing, or even share an advisory body with another community to combine forces. And this is something that I just added, there's a lot of talk about age-friendly Larkspur, age-friendly Marin. I think one of the benefits added if the advisory body model is pursued, that there's at least a consideration of the inclusion of a designated youth or student member. You're going to be living with these impacts the longest. We don't have a youth committee we don't have a youth committee in Larkspur, so it's an opportunity, I think, to bring in part of our community to a very important issue. So that concludes the presentation, and we can move on to discussion.
Can you speak to one of the public comments in the written one was another option, which is a council subcommittee as a standing subcommittee, and what the pros and cons of that are? And I'll preface that by saying one of the things we talked about at our strategic planning retreat was the need for updating of many of our policies that I'm working on this year. And one of the policies that needs a little updating is how we make committees, how ad hoc committees work, and how we assign committee assignments. And that's a work in progress. So creating a new committee has me a little worried until we get a framework set up. I prefaced it that way.
You want me to take this one? So I saw that comment. I wasn't able to find information online about the board's standing committee. It references the Board of Supervisors, I think, as the body that has the standing
Yeah.
committee. Under the Brown Act, a standing committee is a Brown Act committee. So it creates a two-pronged constraint for the council. One is that committee has to operate fully under the Brown Act, published agendas, set times. You can't meet unless both people are there. Second thing is it starts to really constrain the engagement of the standing committee with the full body, because that has to happen in a subsequently agendized Brown Act
Right.
environment. So not saying it's bad. I'm just saying you should keep all of that in mind. A big reason to do a standing committee is if you have an ongoing issue that you want the committee to tackle, then it's a good model for you. But you have to understand that it just comes with these sort of legal constraints around the meetings that need to be kept in mind. Staff can easily advise you to do that. I don't know that that gets you any farther than some sort of informal structure that like the one San Rafael's using, because if you had a standing committee, you're still publishing agenda, you're inviting people in, the community's gonna be talking to the standing committee. I don't know, it's a big difference between talking to a one versus a liaison.
Yeah.
As a liaison versus two people as a standing committee. I don't have a strong sense of that, so.
We might work up to that anyway. All right, so we were presented with three options or three ideas: quarterly update and liaison model, public workshop model, or a formal sustainability advisory committee. Did I get those three right? The pros and cons of each. Do you have questions of Shannon or staff on any of these three?
On the first model, if we went to a monthly meeting instead of quarterly, because I feel like right now we really need to get moving on some stuff, and quarterly just feels like the meetings, it may not be frequent enough. Like, how much staff time, would that be? And would it be the same as just creating a more formal committee? The one that meets on a monthly basis. I guess I'm just worried that, a quarterly meeting right now doesn't really, we have a lot of things, or at least I feel like there's a long list of things for this year that are coming, the EV acceleration plan and all, and the building, reach codes and so forth. So is that enough? Or if we go to a monthly meeting with the San Rafael model, how taxing is that on staff?
I guess I'd turn back to council and ask, if you feel this is a monthly meeting issue, why you wouldn't just ask for a standing agenda item on the council agenda and just have the issue here? Because at that point, you might as well have all five of you engaged in the discussion, right?
Well, my hope with the committee or some subsect of it, a smaller committee, is to really do a lot of the research. I feel like, the five of us discussing building reach codes, I don't know how efficient that is. It'd be nice if we had another group that really researched and then brought recommendations to council so that we could make a decision. That's really kind of what I feel like a lot of things that are happening, require some level of analysis and comparison and research. And so I was hoping that either a formal committee or something, the work, I can't remember what's the first one, the San Rafael model, that those people who are passionately interested and who are experts and know what's happening can discuss it, and then recommendations are brought to council. So it makes it much more efficient for us, rather than us trying to figure out, like, what's this building, what are the ramifications that this group has done some work on.
So I think one of the things the council will need to discuss based on your comments is whether you're interested in essentially transferring down some of the council's power to a lower body. Because if you're going to pass down writing code, you should form a formal committee, a commission. You should have a commission, and you should say staff will staff this commission. And that will be a lot of work. We'd probably want to talk about hiring a person to do that. But because writing code, your staff as professionals, we can't let you as a council review code that we haven't analyzed with the city attorney and staff. So that's a lot of work. So I think you have to decide what your intent and goal is for engagement with the community. If it's to engage and get ideas and feedback and to prioritize, that's one thing. And then I think if it's to actually transfer the responsibilities of the council down, even if it's to transfer advice from that committee up to the council, that's a lot more formal structure. And I think then we would
Yeah.
want to really sit down and get a clear idea from the council of what it is you want to accomplish.
I hear you with that. I don't think we're there yet. I think we have a lot of data and a lot of community input we need to collect up first to get where we're going with that. And maybe if we decide to go this way, monthly, but a quarterly report out. I just trying to figure out how we can.
Well, I think, regardless of the format that you pick, staff's gonna have some level of work. So I would focus on what you want the community feedback to be. My preference would be, I'm gonna just use code because we were talking about it, is for members of the community who are very engaged. Mr. Muller's a great example. He goes to a lot of meetings. I know he does because he tells us, and I hear about all of them from him. I think it's great when he comes and he says, hey, Novato adopted this. It's fantastic, right? Because then staff can go read what Novato adopted and call the Novato staff and hear what worked and didn't work to get them to that point. And then we could call a couple other cities and we can make sure if there's controversy around it or there's a different approach that when we bring it to you, we can get those approaches. That's what I would want a community member to be doing, is to tell us to go look at
And not writing
city
the
A or city
resolutions,
B.
yeah.
That is probably the most efficient way for staff to work with the community on a topic like that.
So I know we've had community members waiting to talk. If it's okay with the council, I would like to have people weigh in about our options here and give us your feedback on what you think as active participants in this conversation for many years and have been asking for this to come forward. Which one looks the best? At this point, these are always works in progress. We can always refine and create more elaborate structures, but which one looks like the best to get started? Anybody want to speak?
I mean, I would have a comment about.
Sure.
I do have concerns about a quarterly meeting. I definitely would like to see us make some progress quickly and get something more formal and structured in place that meets monthly. I also think the formal committee gives us the opportunity to bring in our community stakeholders to be part of the organization. And we have a lot of experts in our community who will end up augmenting our staff resources in addition to all the regional resources we have. So I think that they will actually really help galvanize and boost our efforts. So I definitely feel that something has to happen more frequently than quarterly. I like the idea of potentially partnering with our neighbor to have a more formal committee. I think you mentioned that, Shannon, as a suggested approach to share staff time. And so am I understanding that correctly? As a possibility. And so I think that also could be a really nice approach, which would help us offset the resources of our staff, but also, benefit from economies of scale and, partnership, because it is something that we're all going to benefit from at the county level the more we do together as a region. And we know that already from our experiences with the regional partnerships. So those are just a couple of points I would like to make. I think we have some makeup work, or we need to catch up. I think we're a little bit behind. And so my concern is that we need to meet more frequently than quarterly. I also think it's important that the staff resource that we have that is part of the committee is the same representation for our city for Marin Climate and Energy Partnership. To maintain continuity there, and that person would have historical context and would know and understand what has been discussed and happens in those meetings that aren't open to the public. And so those are a couple of comments I have.
Okay, let's it public comment on any of this or suggestions, refinements. If nobody in the audience is going to speak, I do see one hand up on the screen. I can go there first. Is that Mr. Holmes? It's Mr. Holmes.
James Holmes, Larkspur.
Gotcha.
As a member of the Tax Oversight Committee, I can confirm that which only meets twice a year, but it does definitely involve staff time and effort and documentation. Maybe some say I add to the staff time and effort, but anyway, it would definitely be some sort of significant staff investment. But it seems to me that in this case, a formal advisory committee is not necessary because we already have such an active, energized, engaged local citizens group addressing this issue, as you saw tonight. And that group already has such a significant impact, as for instance, the changes they affected in the new library's energy arrangements, that a formal new advisory committee and its attendant administrative issues isn't really necessary. Right now, it seems to me, we already have all the benefits of an advisory committee without the administrative and financial burdens. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. Mueller, you're our audience participant.
Thank you, David Mueller.
And then we're going to reach a conclusion.
And I gotta say, these other people could be standing up here speaking on this as well.
I offered, I
They
don't
just-
bite.
I know, they just looked at me. Okay, so there's some really interesting dynamics going on here. And I want to say, from as being part of that active community group, one of the biggest hurdles is it's pretty tough to have meaningful engagement in 2-minute increments.
Yeah.
So I think that's one of the biggest nuts to crack here, so that we can have input and engagement, discussion, collaboration in bigger than sort of call and response in 2-minute intervals. So however we do that's fine. I'm not so sure a formal structure is needed. My sense is get it up and running quickly. I think at first having monthly meetings, and it might go to every other month or it might go to quarterly, but we're starting from a point here where there's a lot of energy around this and there's some big stuff about to happen, and we should get going on that and get that dialogue going. So that's kind of my general thinking on this. I do have 1 or 2 more comments on this, but I don't want to miss the presentation that Shannon made about a work plan around those climate, I think there were 5 or so climate initiatives. That was fantastic. And we totally support that. That was just fantastic, because, we should be looking at this holistically, and it's not just about the cap. It's not just about forming some sort of advisory group. It's all of this stuff, and having a full work plan, including a budget representation on the climate work that the city's doing, I think is a fantastic idea. Okay, just 1 or 2 other things on however you guys head on this thing. I am familiar with all those models that are used by I think there's 6 or 7 jurisdictions that have them. I meet with their representatives regularly. But we've actually prepared a list of lessons learned, what kind of works and what doesn't work. And there are a couple of things that as you're moving ahead on this, I think are really important. One is that there be a council liaison or a member, and it should be somebody that has a strong commitment around climate action, because the committees that don't have that, in many cases, the committee is doing great work and basically the council ignores them. Thank you very much.
Got it.
Next item. And without that link, it's not going to work. I think another thing, and I know Shannon's got her plate full, but that link between the MCEP and whatever the city's doing is vitally important. And right now, in terms of community activism, there is no link. And so those functions are happening independently, and a staff member could provide that link both ways. so that they could communicate back to MCEP, hey, there's a lot of energy in the Larkspur community around this issue. Let's talk about it. And then vice versa. Hey, this is going on at MCEP. How can you guys help advocate for that? And it's just, I think those two things might be the two biggest things. The one other thing I would put along on this is to keep the focus fairly narrow. Some of these commissions have very broad, I mean, they're into plastics and, green waste and all. I would say here, the way to really function is to keep the focus narrow, keep it on implementation of the cap. But as part of that focus, there should be the opportunity for the community representation to bring issues up to the council that it should take a look at. Like, we'll hear about something that's going on here. Exactly the example Dan Schwartz brought up. We might hear about something going on in Novato and say, hey, let's take a look at this here in Larkspur. We think this is a good thing. So, whatever the structure is, those are the kind of linkages and opportunities I think we need to do here. And I'm sure you'll pick the right structure. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to give their opinion? All right. Oh, I see movement. Okay. And then we're going to wrap this up because we got a budget to get to.
I just, Tom Flynn.
Hi, Tom.
I just want to add constructive and really thoughtful to the adjectives that have been used in reference to David. And, I also just really strongly advocate the potential that we have for an ongoing interaction with one of you council members, as part of this effort. I also think that it makes sense to get started now on a monthly basis, and we can fall back from there, as we start to get some things in place.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I think if there's no further questions, I think to wrap this up from the staff recommendations, I think we've heard from the community for a number of years that they are interested in really engaging with the council on some specific things and the staff on our climate action plan. And we've had the presentation about our climate action plan. I would suggest that the staff recommendation of number one, having the liaison model will probably work the best at this point for our staff and all other responsibilities. I hear the quarterly versus the monthly, and perhaps, it's going to take a while to get this going. Yes, go ahead. I'm
I'm sorry to interrupt.
advised.
I have a suggestion as a slight alternative.
Go
I
ahead.
would suggest if you pick that model those meetings occur every other month, and then in between there be a report to the council.
So that would be every month practically.
And also because a lot of the cap implementation has to come to the council for budgetary
Right.
discussion. So you could do that in between. And I think that could be a healthy cycle the staff could manage. So, 6 meetings of the forum, so to speak, and 6 meetings where it's on the council. You are dealing with it monthly, but I
Right.
think that would be a cycle that would fit better with the way we operate.
Okay. I hear that. And I think we've already agreed. I mean, the other suggestions that you had where the CIP is going to have a line item about this now and other conversation, it will be a continual dialogue. So, my suggestion is to follow the staff's recommendation, which is the liaison model. By the way, the manager just refined it to be, to get us started. And we know we have in our audience here and online already engaged community members who are willing to contribute and participate and do some heavy lifting on a lot of this work because they've already done a lot of heavy lifting. And really to make this become effective in Larkspur, we're really going to rely a lot on the knowledge and skill and expertise of our community members who have wanted to step forward and participate and more formalize this process. And I trust that their expertise will be valuable for us to learn. I learn every time, and also valuable for helping our staff. As policymakers and as the council, our staff is really important that we keep recognizing where their roles are and what their other demands are. And I feel confident from what the manager and what the assistant manager said that we can handle this right now. I'm hearing that right?
Yeah, I did want to say in terms of staff resources, it will at this point and be entirely within the admin unit. I'm
Yes.
not it'll be under Shannon, but she has people under her that have some knowledge in this area too. So I think we'll get everyone engaged who's appropriate.
Okay, so that's what I advised. Does everyone feel comfortable with that direction?
Madam Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I just had a question for
You
staff.
you go and then Gabe.
Okay, just a quick question for staff. Is it possible to track the staff time on this project so that we can look back and evaluate what types of resources are going into this?
Yes, we can.
Pay is to be a consultant. I can track time.
That'd be great. And then maybe quarterly we can just, or you know, whenever it is, just we can get a report on how much time is being spent on it. Okay.
Thank you, Scott. I think that's a great suggestion. Gabe?
Yeah, I just wanted to briefly echo support for what you said. You know, two small comments. One is, you know, again, the Twin Cities disaster, you know, preparedness. I've done this now 60 meetings, 5 years every month. And I find the community and, you know, the other half of the Mueller household is a part of that every time. And I think we've really, you know, made some progress. And the other is, you know, just reflecting back on MCE, actually, David, and I remember it was Dan Segadin, Ken Strong, Bob Miller, you know, it was, you know, sitting in on MCE meetings, it just blew my mind when we got some engaged, informed citizens, what it meant as a board member, because I'm not an energy expert. And I felt that these people, I didn't say they were going to be the source of truth, but they certainly, as one small example, we pat ourselves on the back that MCE is the leader and this, and then, you know, we went down Peninsula Valley and I'm like, oh my God, there's so much we aren't doing. And that came out of that group. So I feel we have the MCEP is awesome. And then we have the community and we need to make that link. And I think we found the path of least resistance, in my mind, would be this model. So anyway, that's a long way of endorsing this. Yeah.
Okay, so it sounds like we were given direction for coming up with, do we need an ordinance for this or a resolution or?
I think that's sufficient
Okay.
direction to staff. The only question, Madam Mayor, is if you want to discuss appointing a council liaison tonight, or if you want an agenda item at the next meeting.
I'd like an agenda item at the next meeting because I think we need to have the kind of the write-up of what the job, what the role will be.
I'm going to echo Mr. Muller's point. Great job on the plan before the actual options. But I do think one thing that David said that was really important was, you know, the representative to MCEP, I think should be the staff member to this liaison model. I think that there's a lot of information flow that I think would be really critical. So whoever that person is, and I know right now it's Shannon, but if that changes, but you know, I do think that it would be really helpful that staff member is the same person that is on this liaison committee or model, whatever.
Okay.
We have to come up with a name for it.
Yeah.
I don't know. Thank you.
Okay, so do you feel like you got sufficient information for bringing this forward at our next meeting or the meeting after for sure?
So I think if we go with this model, we can bring it to the next meeting, no problem. What I want to just affirm that we heard clarification. I think in terms of staff being able to manage workload and then give a quality product to the liaison in the community, I think bi-monthly is very doable. I think monthly might be a little bit aggressive, and there might be some meetings where you either end up with typos or you're working until 5 p.m. or there's not as much to discuss because monthly is really quick when you're going back and you're either doing research or you're tying it to public works projects, community development department projects. So did I hear
I agreed.
I
Reference
think,
around
I think we're going to do bi-monthly
bi-monthly.
and then in between do a
council update, right? Which is based on the work product of that meeting.
Right.
Though.
And I hear you because we don't want just make work. It's quality. Quality is what's important. And great. All right. So then I'm closing item 8.1B, and I would like to adjourn for 4 minutes and come back at 9:30 if that's possible, and we can transition people out who want to go home and staff who do, and let Amelia come forward for our next item. All right, welcome back from our 5-minute break. Welcome back to the regular meeting of the Larkspur City Council on Wednesday, January 15th, 2025. We are up to item business item 8.2, which is the mid-year budget review. Can we have a staff report on that or introductions, or Amelia can introduce herself?
Well,
No, go
sure,
ahead.
she can introduce herself.
I am Emilia Gabriel. I'm the Administrative Services Director with the City of Larkspur. So tonight I will be going over some key highlights of the proposed mid-year budget amendments that you have in your agenda packet, starting with the general fund expenditure. Management is proposing budget changes to increase expenditure by about $600,000. The proposed increases include the purchase of 2 electric vehicles for Public Works. The total cost is estimated at $140,000. Another change is to incorporate the latest cost estimate for the Central Marin Fire Authority. The City of Larkspur's contribution is anticipated to go up by about $176,000. We are also proposing to add a $250,000 contribution to the OPEB trust. And the final expenditure change in your mid-year budget amendment is to reflect the $35,000 contract increase for the Chamber of Commerce. Your council approved the contract increase back in June of 2024. I'm going to move next to the general fund revenue. The total anticipated revenue increase is about $367,000. Excluding transfers from special revenue funds. The city received the first fiscal year 24-25 property tax payment from the county in mid-December of 2024. There was a slight increase in the first payment compared to the amount originally budgeted. So we are adjusting the property tax to reflect this increase. Additionally, there's an uptick in the building and planning activities, which generated higher fees than originally budgeted in the first 5.5 months of the fiscal year. And lastly, there's a slight increase in other revenue for the state solar grant monies that we'll be receiving this fiscal year. Also, there are 2 transfers of revenue totaling $424,000 into the general fund that are anticipated. This amount includes the $35,000 of TOT fund balance to pay for the Chamber of Commerce contract increase and $390,000 to reimburse the general fund advanced to the library project pending the receipt of the Commons Foundation grant. In total, the general fund revenue increase is $792,000 in revenue. Do you want to comment on the general fund, or do you want me to move on to the special fund revenue?
Were you going to comment? Or?
I don't have.
Okay, can we hold off for
Yep.
just a second before you go further? Because that's a lot of information. Although we did receive, that's a strategic planning retreat, this printout of this. Any questions of what we just heard?
Amelia, on the transfer into the reserve, the 389,000. So that's a one-time, because now the library funds are now running through the CIP, correct?
Yes, so
It's
this
not
is
running-
this is a one-time. So what happened is that in the past 2 fiscal years, we had to use general fund to advance for the Commons Foundation money that we had not received. The total is $389,000, and this was as a result of a match for the state grant. So we needed to book that entry.
Okay.
So it's a one-time reimbursement. Yes, that is correct.
Okay, great, thank you.
And for new council members, can you just recall when we get the property tax from the county?
So the property tax comes to our bank account in December and in April of each year. There's a final payment that is made in July as well, a residual payment, but it's very small in comparison to the other 2 payments.
And that would be penalties or something that people didn't pay?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's very low.
Okay. Any other questions?
I have one question. You mentioned that there's increase for expenses for 2 electric vehicles at about 140,000. And so just quick internet research that I did for like a Ford Lightning F-150 was about 57,000. So I'm curious, it sounds like 70K per vehicle, and I'm just curious why the price is a bit more than what the research showed.
So we're asking that budget capacity in case we need it. But staff's actually trying to negotiate to purchase some used vehicles, which may bring that price down.
Okay.
But you have to remember, when we purchase a truck for Public Works, we have to then put a kit together for it. It doesn't come prepared to serve as a Public Works vehicle. And so there's an additional $10,000 to $15,000 in work that we do on any vehicle we buy for Public Works. And that runs the gamut of the vinyl that identifies it as a city vehicle to the equipment that's in the back, the different storage containers and such that they need so they can take their equipment out into the field.
Great.
You'd be shocked how much that stuff adds up.
Yeah, I learned that, Sarah, when we were looking at it for the police authority, how expensive a police cruiser vehicle is because of all the additional things that need to be added, electronics for their computer system, weapons storage, all these ways in which it increases the cost. Transporting an individual in the back had to have a cage put up. I mean, all of these different things. So,
But I would like to say, I think we've been pleasantly surprised in talking to the entities we usually make vehicle purchases from that I guess we should be concerned for the broader world, but the F-150 Lightning is suddenly a saturated market. There's a lot of inventory, both used and new. So there's an opportunity, hopefully, to bring the actual final cost in under 140.
Okay, thanks.
okay, Amelia, continue.
The final item I will be presenting is the proposed expenditure and revenue budget changes for the special revenue funds. The mid-year budget review is also an opportunity to identify annual revenue and expenditure adjustments for the current fiscal year resulting from the capital improvement program that is spanning over multiple fiscal years. Fiscal year 23-24 is now closed and the financial records have been audited. The year-end reconciliation and revenue recognition normally takes place in August of each year after the contractor invoices through June have been paid. So this is an opportunity to look at the true-up of expenditures and revenue of CIP and determine if any budget adjustments are warranted for the current fiscal year. And additionally, there were also CIP updates that came before your council after the fiscal year 24-25 budget was approved. So the goal of the mid-year adjustment for the special funds is to codify these changes in budget accounting terms. None of these changes are to amend the already approved CIP dollar amounts or funding sources in totality across the fiscal years. So I just wanted to make sure this was clear. So I'm going to go over the changes, the proposed changes very briefly. The special revenue fund expenditures, the total increase is about $6 million. Page 2 and 3 of the Exhibit B provides the detailed justification for those changes. Most of these adjustments totaling about 2.5 million represent transfers of financial resources to capital funds for unspent allocated funding from the previous fiscal year. We are anticipated also new revenue of about 2.4 million that will be applied in fiscal year of 24-25 from the Commons Foundation for the library construction. This new revenue will be reflected in an expenditure transfer to capital funds and general fund. Earlier this fiscal year, the city received another private donation for the construction of the Alex Playground at the Nevin Park. We're anticipating that $423,000 will be spent this fiscal year with a corresponding amount recognized as revenue. Finally, the ARPA, American Rescue Plan Act, funds have been allocated to the storm drain repair replacement program. So we're anticipating an increase in expenditure transfer of about $616,000 this fiscal year as a result of that. Just going over briefly the special revenue funds revenue changes, the total budget revenue increase is about $4 million. The main adjustments include 2.4 million for the Commons Foundation, I just mentioned, 423,000 of the private donation revenue for the LX playground, I just mentioned. There's also $335,000 of state reimbursement that we received earlier this fiscal year for capital expenditure from the previous fiscal year. And the last thing is for ARPA funds, 966,000 currently in deferred revenue liability account will be recognized as revenue this year based on the plan that we have. So this concludes the mid-year budget amendment presentation. I believe the city manager would like to comment or add.
I just want to add, so this is actually Ms. Gabrielle's first full fiscal year with us. And so it's, part of the work that she's doing for the city to continue to upgrade and modernize our approach to our accounting and how we report our accounting to you and the public. We haven't in the past provided you this dense a table of transfers.
Right.
And our goal is actually not to do this again, but it's part of a process that Amelia and Julian Skinner, the Public Works Director, are working on to streamline and improve our accounting and reporting long-term. Ultimately, the goal is we'd actually be doing these budget amendments for these capital transfers when you've approved the project so that it's a little easier for people to follow because it'd be tied directly to the item where you were talking about those capital investments. Also, we've talked, one of our long-term goals now is to reach a point where it's easier for the non-accountant to reconcile the budget to the audit, which is something that's a little challenging right now if you aren't somebody who's really comfortable with government accounting. So part of this dense table is part of a transition process to get us where we want to go in that particular respect.
Okay, thank you. Questions, Amelia? Very detailed. This is probably the most detailed in my years here, and really appreciate the effort to do that. The ability to see those other funds, I think, has been a question some people have had, and nice to see that we have those to share.
Just one quick one. So Amelia, I'm just trying to follow the special fund expenditure adjustments and revenue adjustments. So is the net effect, we have 6 million approximately increase in expenditure and 4.2 in revenue. So what does that do to the balance?
So we have fund balance in these existing funds. There's no deficit for these special funds. What you're seeing is an increase in revenue and an increase in expenditures. And the difference of $2 million is from a fund balance. So there's accumulation basically of revenue over expenditures from the previous years that will be funding future expenditures specifically for a CIP, because that's how it works. Do you want to add anything, Dan?
So I actually missed that comment when I was talking about reconciling the budget to the audit. Our other goal is to improve your ability and the public's ability to reconcile the budget to the CIP book, because that's been a challenge. And so what Amelia is getting at is, if you had the CIP book in front of you, it's essentially a 5-year budget for each one of those projects. And we send money into a CIP, and it's the one part of our accounting system where we essentially roll money over, right? In the general fund, at the end of the year, if there's money left, it just goes swept back into the pot to start over for the new year. That's how we do capital projects. Once we put money into a capital project, it's there till we're done with the project. And so some of that delta that you're seeing is because we've already moved fund balance for some of those projects, but this is moving more money for the ones that still need it to reconcile against the CIP. And one of the things that Amelia and Julian are working on is to make that easier for you to look at by pulling the two documents out, and they should align better than they do right now. The money's there. I know you're probably going,
Yeah, no.
I gotta digest
I
it,
just,
but we realize that's the gap in the way we've been reporting.
Yeah,
money
so
too.
I think the clarification for me is the general fund, the upper part, I see 600, 860, 790, 1901. So that's a difference of I guess $191 and $41. So that is in the general fund where we have a $20 million pot. And when I see a delta of 1%, I start to think a little bit more, but here we have an excess. That's clear. So then we have a whole separate thing, not our 20 million, which runs police and public works. And that is essentially, it's almost a cash flow question over the course of 5 years. So we may see what looks like it's going up, but in the last year it was going down. But you're assuring me that over the 5-year horizon, it balances out at the end.
That's right. And we
Okay.
want that to be easier for you to see, which
Yeah,
right now you
that's
have
all I
to be
needed.
somebody who's been looking at these documents for a few years to really
Yeah,
get
I got
that.
it.
And so that's our goal, to make that more readable.
Okay,
So
well, appreciate that.
in special revenue funds, we accumulate revenue that we don't necessarily spend the same year that we accumulated that
Understood.
revenue. Because, 5-year
I think
projects.
the only
yeah.
thing it wouldn't, I mean, for me personally, it wouldn't be less tables. It would just be something that shows the 5-year horizon on the special. If you had the nets there, then it's crystal clear.
Yeah,
But
so I think one of our
see all that.
goals is ultimately the CIP would be packaged with the budget on almost every time.
Yeah.
And so these individual transactions would be approved and shown when you're approving adjustments to an individual part of the CIP. So you'd see it comprehensively at the time you're discussing the project, instead of this current practice that we've used for many years. And a lot of agencies use this, which is bring it all as a mid-year after you've kind of seen how everything is playing out. But we're pretty comfortable. Our work's tight enough. We can do it as the projects come up going forward.
And
You
I'm
know, sorry.
No, I'm sorry, you finish.
I was just going to say too, I don't want it to get lost. Anybody who's still watching, 2 positives that you should take away from this. Property tax came in higher than we expected, and I've told you the assessor's track record of being accurate is really high. I love it when they're wrong, and they're wrong in our favor, right? So this essentially tells me we had more turnover than the model that you said there would be. Because we haven't had any significant new construction to have raised that number. But so that's promising that occurred. So we're still seeing people wanting to buy into the Larkspur market. And then the other thing that correlates that is we've been pleasantly surprised that building fees are coming in higher than we expected. So that corresponding activity is there, that people are investing in the properties, either that they're buying or that they've chosen to stay in. So those are 2 positives that are in this mid-year budget adjustment.
Okay. Sorry, and the only other question was, just looking at the special funds, the big number here is 810. And, I'm trying to track like what's Measure C, and I know we had Old Bridge money, Measure A money. So what is 810 and where's Measure C?
810 is the library endowment fund. So this is a new fund that was created recently, just to be able to report more with transparency. So it's effective July 1st
Gotcha.
of this year.
All right. Any questions, Scott? Okay. Open it to the audience. Nobody's in our audience anymore. So close public comment in-house, and I see no hands raised online for public comment. Is that true, Allison? Okay. So thank you, Amelia. I'll close item 8 point.
So we have to approve the resolution.
Oh, yes. Do I have a motion to approve a resolution
I'll
in
make that
regards to
motion.
our mid-year budget?
I'll move, resolution 20.25 or slash.
Is there a second?
I will second.
All right, roll call vote since we have a remote participant.
Councilmember Candell,
Yes.
Councilmember Margulies,
Yes.
Councilmember Paulson.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Andre.
Yes.
Mayor Way.
Yes. All right, thank you. That brings us, did you have something you wanted to say? No, you're just turning after Mike. To 8.3, which are city council appointments. The city council appointments arise by collaboration between the city manager, the mayor, and council members. And this is the list for this year. One of the things I'm doing in my succession planning is refining this appointment process and our expectations. So you'll be seeing that coming up. I did hear there was one change or one thing that needs to be corrected, and that was Marin Clean Energy. I entered those incorrectly, and the question is that the 2 council members would like to switch those roles. Are we all in agreement with that?
I don't see smart on here.
You don't appoint smart?
We don't appoint smart. That's an
Tam
MCPMC.
Tam and MCC, yeah, so.
Yeah.
Well, I still don't see smart in here, but that's good.
I wondered about that too. And then that's how we found out it's an MCCMC. And other than that change, is there any other change that anybody wants to bring up? Okay. And I did have a conversation with Sarah about how, you know, these are works in progress, that if during the course of the year, if people's interests change, if their roles and responsibilities change, if their work environment changes and they need to make changes to their committee assignments, we can renegotiate. So keep that in mind because it's all what works for all of us. So I'll take with the change of that one Marin Clean Energy transfer of those two individuals. I'll take a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the committee appointment assignments.
Is there a second?
I will second that.
Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Candell,
I will say yes with a comment, and my comment is I am so grateful that we have a city council that can collaborate and do these assignments in peace and harmony. It's wonderful, and I am proud to be part of it. I will say yes.
Councilmember Margulies,
Yes.
Councilmember Paulson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Andre,
Yes.
Mayor Way.
Yes. And get well so you can come out here because I miss you.
I don't want to get everybody sick. I appreciate it.
No, totally understand. I don't want that. All right. So just in parting, I thought I would part with sort of a memorial and memory of President Carter, since we are in the 30-day mourning for the national mourning for the loss of a president. But I think we've all recognized that. I think we need to honor and respect that 25 people have lost their lives at this point in the extraordinary fires that are going on in our neighbors to the south. And it's 25 people that are confirmed, but there will probably be more, and huge amounts of community have been wiped out and families have been wiped out. And I think we need to keep that in our thoughts. That's how I'd like to close. See everyone February 5th. Good night.
Good night, everybody.